for having Ambassador Yovanovitch back this evening. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cooper, why did the Office of Management and Budget put a hold on the funds?
Sir, the only information that I received was from the Office of Management and Budget that they were operating at the direction of the President, and they reported that he had concerns about corruption. That is all that I knew.
Right, you put that in your testimony. The President had directed the Office of Management and Budget to hold the funds because of his concerns about corruption in Ukraine. Very legitimate reason. You agree?
That is the statement that the President reportedly made, as reported to me by the Office of Management and Budget.
And then you said in your testimony that based on recommendations from me and other key DoD advisors, the Department of Defense, in coordination with the Department of State, certified in May of 2019 that Ukraine had taken the steps necessary, and you certified the release of the dollars. Is that accurate?
That is correct, sir.
But there was a small change in Ukraine in the spring of 2019, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and can you elaborate on what that change was?
The government of, President Zelensky was elected to government.
Yeah, you got a brand new guy coming in. In fact, he had just been, I believe, sworn in the day you approved the dollars. Was it May 23rd? I think he was sworn in on, I guess it was a couple days before. But there's sort of a change in circumstances that it seemed to me would warrant at least maybe a second look. And that's exactly what played out for a short time, less than 2 months, 55 days. Our government evaluated the new situation, pretty radical change. You got a new government. In fact, the previous one, we've heard all kinds of things from the Democrats about the Prosecutor General and the Poroshenko regime, Mr. Lutsenko, and how bad he was. So it took a while for that all to happen. New president's sworn in. 2 months later, the new Congress comes in. Takes them a while to. It's not until September 5th, that they get rid of this prosecutor. And just a few days later, the aid actually gets released. But the Democrats got all kinds of other things they want to talk about. But the way this played out seems to me as logical as you can do it, and particularly when you put it in the broader framework of where this president is on concern about foreign aid, his deep-rooted concern in the corruption issue in Ukraine, the experience he had with high-ranking Ukrainian officials criticizing him and supporting Secretary Clinton in the 2016 election. Put all that together, I think shows why it played out the way it did. With that, I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undersecretary Hale, I want to go back to...
Welcome to the Abyss, episode 23. How is everybody doing today? This is kind of a different roll into the episode because the Circus is in town. And I'm providing here a snipe of the stream. Let me remove this text here real quick. There we go. I am not seeing the little green light here on on Discord for some reason, but that's fine. It's okay. My audio is coming through. Oh, there we go. Now I see it. All right. So, welcome everyone. Hello, Thomas Torquemada. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. Hello, everybody at Bitwave. Hello, everybody on YouTube. Hello, everybody on Periscope. Hello, everybody on DLive. And right now, this is the day 4 of the impeachment going on right now. I'm talking over it right because it's just usual regurgitation and nonsense. This is Jim Jordan, I think, talking, actually. Oh, no, it's not. It's another guy. It's the old guy that always goes after Jim Jordan. So,
Giuliani unleashed what can only be characterized
as you can see, there's a little bit of interface changes that I'm working through. I don't know if this is going to be a long-term change that I'm doing for the interface. I'm trying to clean it up a little bit. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that.
We were concerned.
The big topic, obviously, is impeachment that we're talking about today.
Prosecute list, and we began to discuss what we could do to deal with this matter.
I'm kind of curious to just kind of let it play and listen to. I've missed most of the second one. I saw everything with Sondland, and I do want to talk a little bit about kind of a general feeling of what's going on with this whole, with the whole stream of these impeachment hearings that are coming through
Correct.
in these past several days, with the different witnesses and what they've been saying, what they've not been saying, the Democrats, what they've been doing, what the Republicans have been doing.
Yes, I briefed him the next.
As I mentioned, though, today is a twofer. We have a twofer today because at 9, I think it was 9, if I'm not mistaken. Hi, Mom Patch. You haven't missed much. Don't worry. I'm just going into my intro and everything. So as I was saying, this episode's a twofer, basically. We're going to talk a little bit like I usually do. I may end up just doing a reactionary thing to the impeachment hearing that's going on right now. But I do want to make a brief statement and just talk a little bit about what's going on with the whole impeachment. So we had several witnesses that already came in. We had Yovanovitch, Ambassador Yovanovitch, who got ousted from the Ukraine as ambassador because, according to Trump, she was doing a terrible job. And actually, a lot of people, if you look into her history, it's kind of true. She really didn't help improve a lot of the situations that she was in when it came to these countries. She kind of, I don't know if her direct involvement made it any worse, but she didn't really do much to make it better. So some people complain about Trump's tweet about her regarding that. But if there's truth to that, I don't see it as a big deal, frankly. The big people that everybody's been talking about, though. Ineffective. Thank you. Yes, exactly, Mom Patch. Thank you for the verbal assistance there. Yeah, essentially, if she's ineffective in her job, I mean, it's a waste for her to waste time in these countries. I will be streaming the debate, sir. I think there's going to be live stream. I've seen a couple of. I got to find the links for them, so I'll probably be doing that as as we're going along here. So Dispatch seems to be also streaming it. So let's see here. Okay, so so I don't have to go hunting for a link. If Dispatch can provide that to me, that would be excellent. So the big cheeses of everybody that's talking about here. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I'm going to copy that now. Copy link. All right. And the two big guys so far that have made a huge impact on this whole circus has been Vindman and the ambassador that I'm tired. I can't even think of names right now. Hold on 1 second. It's been a long day. So let me just take a quick look here. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing names correctly. So you had Vindman. Yep, I got that correct. Okay. Sondland, that's the name. Gordon Sondland, which previous other witnesses kind of threw him under the bus because they were saying that he was going along with the direction of Trump. They called him the Gordon problem. Yet consistently, the biggest thing that has come through in every single witness testimony is, one, there was no instruction of quid pro quo. There was no bribery. There was no extortion. There was nothing. Nothing that supports the Democrats' case. Absolutely nothing. The other thing that's happened, that's come out in all these things, is that everything that went along, that was talked about when it came to Burisma and Biden, everybody agreed that there was an appearance of a conflict of interest. There was an appearance that something wasn't right, and that that was a reason for concern. Everybody agreed to that. Everybody said that. Everybody says there's essentially no quid pro quo. Vindman is the only one that has expressed a demand, that he feels that there was a demand for a meeting. And but he also admits that that was his interpretation. So there's no real evidence that there was really anything going on. And in fact, the Ukraine situation was greatly improved by Donald Trump and by the current administration. The previous administration didn't even want to give them the javelins for combating tanks to, intimidate Russia to back off. They didn't want to do that. Yet, Trump did. And that gave them a lot of leverage. A whole lot of leverage compared to their situation as it was before. So really, at the end of the day, the Democrats can keep putting on this show, and they will. And you have even Pelosi talking about, oh, we don't know how long this is going to take. This could spill into and go beyond the 2020 election, which, when she said that, there's a clip of her saying that. I'm not going to go and find it right now because I don't want to have too many things playing at the same time. But I called that. I absolutely called that. When this whole charade started, I was convinced that that was one of the goals, is to just drag the smear campaign out as much as possible. So it doesn't surprise me in the least, frankly. It really does not. It really does not at all. Because this is just a political thing. Well, the Troll 22FD on Bitwave. By the way, if anybody wants to participate, you can go to bitwave.tv. You don't even have to register. You can just come in as a troll account, as it's called, and you can just comment and talk. You don't have to, do anything. And Troll 4850. Trump is beating all the candidates already in Wisconsin. Yep. It's going to be bad. The presidential election is going to be so bad for the Democrats. And at this rate, the way things are going for them, it wouldn't surprise me if they lose the Senate. Will they? I don't know. These last elections that we've seen, the Democrats have really done a huge push because they really want to change the electoral map. The House. I'm sorry. You're correct. You're correct. Troll 4850. They want to try and the Democrats want to flip the Senate. The Republicans want to flip the House, so they have a supermajority again. And it wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't surprise me if the Democrats lose the House. Because not only because of how ridiculous some of the representatives in the House have been. I mean, if you look at the House on the Dem side, you got Schiff, you got AOC, you got Elon Omar. I mean, good Lord, it's ridiculous the stuff that these people say and do. And they're all under investigation, too. That's the thing. They're all under investigation. AOC is under investigation for electoral, monetary issues. Elon Omar, she frickin' is all over the place. She married her brother, immigration fraud, financial fraud. It's a mess. Then you have this whole clown show that's happening right now. And it's this is a cherry on top, and you have Pelosi, who just is getting more and more ridiculous. It's not even funny, Rush Limbaugh said, we should just all laugh about this, and we should all just enjoy the show and entertain ourselves, because this is never gonna fly past the Senate. And there's truth to that. There's definitely truth to that. But the one thing that I would say is that this is enlightening. Actually, it's very enlightening to who is running our country. And as much as there's some entertainment value in this, at the same time, it is incredibly frustrating to someone like myself, because when I see stuff like this and I hear stuff like this does nothing but just piss me off, frankly. And it's frustrating to think that American citizens' taxpayer money is going towards these jokers. It's ridiculous. And our money is going towards these hearings. And they're not doing anything. Nothing has been passed in the House. So it's something that's very frustrating to me when I look at this sort of thing, especially something that Schiff said at the end of the first hearing with Sondland. He said that the fact that the Republicans are implying that they derive any pleasure, that we don't derive any pleasure from this. This is something that we've all had to basically drag their heels into because it's something that they didn't want to do. Bull crap. Absolute bull crap. Schiff was the guy looking for nudes, okay? This guy was looking for dirt on Trump since the very first moment he got elected. You cannot tell me this was a difficult decision for him to have these hearings and put the country through this. You cannot tell me that with a straight face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It just frustrates me to no end when I hear stuff like that. They wanted to impeach this president ever since he got elected. They wanted to perform a coup since day one. This is a highly, highly orchestrated game that these Democrats are playing. And they're putting on all this theater. And they're putting up all these actors on the stage. And you have people like Vindman, this narcissistic little twerp. And I don't like calling people that have served our country things like that. But this little twerp who thinks he's so big in the government that he sets the policy over the president. I mean, give me a break. Yes, same with Yanovich. That's right. These are bureaucrats. These are people that are supposed to be working for us. We pay their freaking salaries. Okay? They should know their place. They should know the order in the hierarchy here. And the fact that the American people elected Donald Trump as president should send them a message. And this message is quite simple. The policies that he was touting and promising is what the Americans wanted. I did know that Troll 22FD. He asked Troll 22FD asked, so did you know that Vindman was offered the Ministry of Defense job in Ukraine? Yeah, I had heard about that, and he says he reported it that the Ukraine had offered him that. I see. I don't think about the dual loyalties thing. Some people have said that he perhaps has dual loyalties because that whatever, because of the immigrant background and all that kind of stuff. I don't know about all that, and I don't really care about all that. The only thing that I care about when people are serving our country is that they're doing their job for our country. And if they're not doing their job for our country, then there's a problem. That's really what it boils down to. So it's a big problem here. That this guy thought that he was Mr. Hotshot just because he served and he was in that sort of position. But let's take a quick pause here and let's listen to Nunes. Let's see what he's saying.
Three-card Monte, a notorious short con card trick where the mark, in this case President Trump and the American public, stands no chance of winning. Democrats promised the whistleblower's testimony. In fact, they told us that we need to speak with the whistleblower. And then we learned that the whistleblower coordinated with the Democratic staff before alerting the intelligence community's inspector general. To hide their con, the Democrats pound the table and gaslight the country, telling us that the whistleblower is entitled to an imaginary statutory right of anonymity. They accuse us of trying to out the whistleblower, knowing that they're the only ones who know who he is. They say that if the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. And if both are against you, pound the table and yell like hell. It seems at law school these days, it's teaching their students a fourth tactic. If the facts and the law are against you, simply rig the game and hope your audience is too stupid to catch your duplicity. This is not an impeachment inquiry, it's an impeachment inquisition. In the Middle Ages, the inquisitor was free to act on his own and bring suit against any person who was even vaguely the subject of the lowest rumor. And the accused was denied any right to confront their accusers. Incredibly, or maybe not so much, given the Democrats' track record, an Inquisition victim had more rights than the Democrats are giving the president. After all, Inquisition victims had the right to know their accuser's name. For those of you at home, it's time to change the channel, turn down the volume, or hide the kids, put them to bed.
Hide the kids.
I yield to Mr. Schiff for story time hour.
I thank the gentleman, as always, for his remarks. I'll be brief this evening. It's been a long day.
I guess they're doing their closing arguments now.
I wanted to say earlier in the day, but I did want to end this evening. First of all, thank you both.
Let's listen to
for your testimony and your long service to
the story
country.
time.
We are grateful that you answered the lawful process of a congressional subpoena. I wanted to share a few reflections on two words that have come up a lot in the course of these hearings. And those words are corruption and anti-corruption. We are supposed to believe, I imagine, listening to my colleagues, that Donald Trump is a great anti-corruption fighter. That his only concern about Ukraine was that it would fight corruption. But let's look at that argument. Let's look at the president's words and let's look at his deeds. Ambassador Yovanovitch was an anti-corruption champion. No one has contradicted that that has come forward to testify here. She was a champion. And on the day she is at a meeting acknowledging in Ukraine another anti-corruption champion, a woman who had acid thrown in her face and died a painful death after months, she is called back to Washington because of a vicious smear campaign by the president's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, among others. She is recalled. That is not anti-corruption. That is corruption. And one of the people responsible for this smear campaign, in addition to Mr. Giuliani, and it is a long and sordid list of those who were involved, is a man named Lutsenko, someone who the minority's own witness acknowledges has a poor reputation as self-serving and corrupt. And what do we see about Mr. Lutsenko and his predecessor, Mr. Shokin? What does the president have to say about one of these corrupt former prosecutors? He praises them. He says they were treated very unfairly. That's not anti-corruption. That's corruption.
No, that's not.
And when Ambassador Sondland testified today that there was unquestionably a quid pro quo, and everybody knew it, conditioning a White House meeting that Ukraine desperately wanted to show its friend and foe alike it had the support of the President of the United States, when that was conditioned, that official act was conditioned on the receipt of things of value to the President, political investigations, that was
Except it wasn't.
corruption. That was corruption. And when Ambassador Sondland testified today that he could put two and two together, and so can we, that there was also a quid pro quo on the military aid, that aid was not going to be released unless they did a public statement. Ukraine did a public statement of these political investigations the president wanted. That's not anti-corruption. That is corruption.
Except that's not.
And let's look at the president's words on that phone call, that infamous phone call on July 25th. Does he ask President Zelensky, how's that reform coming in the Rada? What are you doing to root out corruption? What about that new anti-corruption court? Of course not. Of course not. Are we really to believe that was his priority? No. What does he ask? I want you to do us a favor. Investigate this crazy 2016 server conspiracy, that the servers somewhere in Ukraine. And more ominously, investigate the Bidens. That's not anti-corruption. That is corruption. And the next day, when he's on the phone to Ambassador Sondland in that outdoor restaurant in Kiev, what does he want to know about? Does he want to know how Zelensky is going to fight corruption? Of course not. The only thing he brings up in that call is the investigation he wants into the Bidens. That's not anti-corruption. That is corruption.
Yeah, Tom Shalhoub, that big fat head on Fox 5. Yeah, it's uncanny. It is uncanny.
Significant. But I'll tell you, this one really struck me. And it was a conversation that Ambassador Volker related in his testimony. And it was a conversation just this past September when he's talking to Andrei Yermak, top advisor to President Zelensky, and he's advising him, as indeed he should. You know, you may not want to go through with an investigation or prosecution of former President Poroshenko. Engaging in political investigations is really not a good idea. And you know what Yermak says? Oh, you mean like you want us to do of the Bidens and the Clintons? Well, there's a word for that too, and it's not corruption or anti-corruption. It's called hypocrisy. And this is the problem here.
Well, whatever. Even if it is hypocrisy, you can't impeach someone for being a hypocrite, or you would have been outed out of your position a long time ago.
Secretary Hale, and and in your department, Ms. Cooper, they carry that message around the world, that the United States is devoted to the rule of law. But when they see a president of the United States who is not devoted to the rule of law, who is not devoted to anti-corruption, but instead,
Just according to your opinion.
indeed, corruption, they
I know,
are
right?
forced to ask themselves, what does America stand for anymore? That concludes this evening's hearing. I will ask the witnesses to excuse themselves.
God, I can't even listen to this joker. Anyways, glad that he's out, that this whole hearing is done for today. I haven't really seen much of the second one with these two people, with Cooper and Hale. I really don't know what their involvement is in all this. But I'm willing to bet money that it's not really a big deal, frankly. So what I will do here is, sorry, excuse me. Oh, wait a minute.
Section 2, paragraph 4. We received that request this morning, and we'll add it to the record now without objection. By way of overview, 2 of the requested subpoenas would compel deposition testimony by the whistleblower and by Hunter Biden. 3 other subpoenas would compel certain parties to produce records, the whistleblower to produce documents and communications related to the whistleblower's complaint, Rosemont, Seneca, Baha'i to produce records related to Hunter Biden's
They're actually going to vote on this?
board, and the Democratic National Committee to produce communications with Ukrainian officials and records relating to Alexandria Chalupa. I do not concur in these requests for subpoenas. We will not allow, as I said before, this committee to be used either to out the whistleblower or for purposes of engaging in the same improper investigation that the President sought to coerce Ukraine to commit. The committee will take them up now, beginning with the first minority request to compel testimony by the whistleblower. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to
Mr. Chairman,
table.
this
That is
meeting
a
has not been noticed, Mr. Chairman.
That is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor of table the motion,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of
say
order.
aye.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of
All
order,
those
Mr. Chairman.
opposed, say no.
Point of order, Mr. No. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, the
Point of
motion is
order, Mr.
non-debatable.
Chairman.
Those opposed, say no.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
In the opinion of the chair,
Point of
the
order,
ayes
Mr.
have it,
Chairman.
and the motion is
Point of
tabled.
order, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk shall call the roll.
Chairman Schiff,
Aye.
Mr. Himes, Ms. Sewell. Aye. Mr. Carson,
Aye.
Ms. Spear,
This is
Mr.
disgusting.
Quigley, Mr. Swalwell,
Aye.
Mr. Castro, Mr. Heck, Mr. Welch, Mr. Maloney, Ms. Demmings, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ranking Member Nunes.
No.
Mr. Conaway.
No.
Mr. Turner. Dr. Wenstrup. Mr. Stewart. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Radcliffe. Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 4 noes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The motion to table is
Point of
carried.
order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, was this business meeting noticed properly within the rules of the House?
House Resolution 660 requires that if the minority makes a request for subpoenas, that we will promptly take up that request, and that is what we're doing. On the subpoena to
Mr.
compel
Chairman,
testimony
however,
by
Mr.
Hunter
Chairman,
Biden,
Rule 11 G
is there a motion
has
on the
not been
subpoena to
honored.
compel the testimony of Hunter Biden?
Mr. Chairman, I move to
Sure.
table.
Gentleman moves to table. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
This is
The ayes have it.
ridiculous.
The motion is now. Gentleman requests a roll call vote. Please call the roll.
Chairman Schiff.
Aye.
Mr. Himes. Ms. Sewell. Mr. Carson.
Aye.
Ms. Spear. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Castro. Mr. Heck. Mr. Welch. Mr. Maloney,
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Ms. Demings, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ranking Member Nunez,
Most of the Republicans aren't even freaking there.
Mr. Turner,
Are you kidding me?
Dr. Wenstrup, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Stefanik, Mr. Hurd,
They weren't even there to vote.
Mr. Radcliffe, Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 5 noes.
Motion to table is carried. The motion is now on the subpoena to compel documents from the whistleblower. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Chairman moves to table.
This is ridiculous. Why? This is the thing that pisses me off about the Republicans. It's like they just let them get railroaded this way.
Ayes have it. We'll now move to subpoena number 4 to compel documents regarding Hunter Biden's role on Burisma board.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is tabled. Last motion is on the motion to compel documents.
Yes, table means it's just it's put down.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table.
God.
All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is tabled.
Point of order,
We
Mr.
are
Chairman.
adjourned.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I cannot believe this crap. And this is, again, like I said, this is the thing that really pisses me off about the conservatives, about the Republicans in general, not just conservatives, but the Republicans. They just let this stuff fly. They don't do anything. And I understand that there's rules and such, but this is ridiculous. Ah. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh, man, where to begin here? So, that right there exemplifies how ridiculous this whole process is. This is a completely ridiculous Democrat scam, essentially. They're running roughshod, like Mom Pash said. They're just steamrolling over everything. They're trying to frame the whole. They're not trying to make this even remotely fair looking. Like that. This is the thing that amazes me. As much as people on the right wanted to impeach Clinton back then, I do not. And maybe I'm remembering wrong. I mean, maybe I wasn't fully aware of how partisan the procedures were back then. But I don't recall at all the Republicans pulling stuff like this. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I don't recall that in the least. You know? And this has been, like I said before, this has been the entire goal of what the Democrats have been wanting to do since the election. They have been unhappy and they've lost their freaking minds over the fact that their queen didn't win. You know? And they've hated Orange Man bad since the very first moment. And this has been something that they've been working towards ever since the election was over. It does. It very much does, Mom Patch. Mom Patch says it shows how desperate they are. It's not just desperate. I would say it shows how evil they are, and it shows to me how un-American they are. Because they're not putting the American people and their duties above their own partisan their own partisan, let's call them beliefs. I wouldn't necessarily call them beliefs, but for a lack of a better word, that's basically what's going on here. And it's just frustrating, you know, to listen to this and to hear it. Anywho, we're at 8:07 p.m. The impeachment will start. Not impeachment. I'm sorry. See, I'm so discombobulated right now. I'm so pissed off about, you know, seeing this sort of crap that I saw that I'm getting myself confused here. The Democrat debate is going to start, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to start at 9. So we got a good ways to go. And, you know, I'll keep you company in the meantime. We're going to talk a little bit here. I haven't really, you know, apart from everything that's going on with the impeachment, that's pretty much covering the entire news. But there are a couple of things to talk about that happened that this impeachment has pretty much overpowered and overshadowed, which at the same time, you know, it is kind of funny if you think about it, because the Democrats are really hurting themselves. Because some of the people that would want to campaign and focus on their campaigning on the Democrat side essentially don't have any way of getting out of the shadow of this impeachment circus. So it's been hurting the Democrats in the polls, that's for sure. And some news happened today, which is interesting. Like this is stuff that happened today. So you had the Baltimore mayor, Catherine Pugh, I believe is how her name is pronounced. She got indicted, right? Then you have Burisma Holdings chief is arrested in the Ukraine, and in the indictment, Hunter Biden is named. Okay. If the chief of Burisma is arrested for for money laundering and Hunter Biden is named, I don't know if an indictment is going to be coming along for Hunter Biden, but hey, it's a possibility. You know, that whole thing, which this is the funny thing. Ukraine arrested the chief of Burisma Holdings. Okay, so that goes to show you that this validates what Trump was saying this whole time about investigating Burisma and the Bidens. It invalidates it. Not invalidates it, I'm sorry. It validates it. It validates it. Validates it. Trump had every reason to say to investigate it. And the Ukraine AG agrees. Okay, so this whole thing that Schiff was saying, corruption. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. That is corruption. I love those animated GIFs. They're hilarious. Yeah. So that happened. Another thing that happened, apart from all this, also Prince Andrew, he's stepping down from public duties. All right, you got that? And Epstein didn't kill himself, by the way. So it is what it is. Yeah, a little late for that, says Mom Patch. You know, you're probably right. I'm thinking I need to have some slight background music or something, because there are some pauses in when I talk and everything. Ooh, excuse me. Hit my microphone. Maybe I should have something that's kind of just going in the background for music, a musical interlude, per se. Oh, there's also this other thing that I saw about Instagram. I saw that on Instagram, a lot of women are changing their bios to say that their gender is male because apparently there's some sort of bias in censorship in Instagram that males are less censored than females. I had never heard about anything like that. I find it a bit strange that that's the case. But the thing is this. Instagram is owned by Facebook. Facebook is basically a boiling cesspool of garbage, of censorship. You think, I used to think Google was really, really bad, and it is. And I used to think that Twitter is really, really bad, and it's thanks for the follow. I think that's a follow. I'm going to have to go over to DLive chat and check it out. I'm sorry, I'm not on DLive right now. I'm looking at my chat there. Let me take a quick peeks. Hey. Cool. Boogie Rip. Thank you, sir. Or madam, if you happen to be a madam. But thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I always appreciate follows. And lemons. Oh, thank you, King Putin, for the follow. King Putin. I love the usernames, man. They're so great. Hold up here. Let me just raise my volume a little bit so if we have any other stuff coming through on DLive, that'll show up. But yeah, I'm having a little bit of some connection issues. That's interesting. Anyways, everything seems to be okay in the stream, though. We seem to be good for now. Yeah, Instagram is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, there are instances where people just get banned upon registering an account. I mean, and they've done some crazy purges. They've gotten rid of Paul Joseph Watson. They've gotten rid of, I think they got rid of Milo Yiannopoulos too. They got rid of a lot of conservative accounts. And it's not surprising because it's Facebook. Instagram is owned by Facebook. Many people may not realize that, but it is. So if you're on Instagram, you're essentially beholden to the Zuck. And conservative topics as well. Yeah, they've been hammering down like really bad on the banning when it comes to Instagram. It's been relatively brutal, frankly. Oh, really? Regarding parenting, I hadn't heard about that, Mom Patch. Really? Well, yeah, because a lot of the issues with parenting there's always that debate about if you're gonna give your child hormone blockers, and if they're transgender or whatever at a very young age, if you're gonna, raise them as whatever gender they quote unquote want to be or they feel like, which is ridiculous when you're a child. You don't have the cognitive abilities. Oh, and health too. If you're not pro big pharma, hey, well, that's very cool. I did not know that. Yeah. So apparently, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because the left is supposed to be anti big pharma, aren't they? See, the left is confusing me now. The left used to be insane, but insane with a certain level of. There was like an order to their chaos. There was like a little bit. There was a thread of logic in their insanity. Now, the more time passes, that thread keeps fraying more and more. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to big pharma is kind of a weird thing. Maybe I'll do a conversation about that one day on stream, like a whole episode dedicated to that sort of thing, because there's a lot of history behind that. Actually, there's a lot of moving parts that brought us to where we are today with the pharmaceutical and healthcare companies that we have, and how healthcare is managed and dealt with. So it's an interesting kind of history if you go through it. Wait, you rebooted what, Dispatch? You didn't screw up my stream. Oh no, okay, everything looks good. Dispatch, the owner of Bitwave, just freaked me out for a second there. No, but I was saying about Big Pharma, there is a lot of things that can be discussed about that. And an entire episode could be even dedicated to that. Like I said, there was also another episode that I was going to talk about. I should start writing down like these notes. I've spoken about it. I want to do an episode dedicated to getting into like an episode talking about debating. How you debate, who it's worth debating, and the techniques and things like that. And another one, Big Pharma, yeah. Somewhat, Mom Patch. I kind of agree with that, but at the same time, I've been under different governments, different schools, academic systems, under different medical systems, socialized medicine versus the American system. There's a lot of issues with how Europe does things. That doesn't necessarily mean there's no good elements to it. But at the same time, many people, if there's any sort of health care problem that they have, where they need a very specialized, high-quality surgeon, or high-quality research and medicines, a lot of the technology that is used in Europe comes from the United States. And a lot of people come over to the United States for procedures that they would not let people in their countries touch them because they're just behind. The United States is actually one of the forefronts of cancer treatments as well. Especially now, especially now since Trump also allowed the right to try. That got passed, so now people can try more experimental. The word escapes me right now, but more experimental treatments. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, but Eastern medicine, really, that's a lot of pseudoscience, frankly. I mean, acupuncture and herbs and all these different things. And let me be frank. It's not that I do not believe in any sort of holistic medicine. I believe that holistic medicine does have its place. I do believe that holistic medicine has benefits. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. There's a spectrum of holistic medicine where people can start using magnets and crystals, like Controls E0A9 says, where people take it too far. And I don't think poking yourself with a little bit of needles is going to cure cancer, for example, or cure AIDS, or cure, they may provide certain benefits. But and supplements that herbs and supplements that I think has more value, has a definite value when it comes to medicine, because that's what medicine was before giant pharmaceutical companies came along. You had herbalists that would mix just plants, and plants have a lot of medicinal value. So I agree with the supplements and teas and herbs and things like that. Yeah, no, that I do agree with, Mom Patch, that when it comes to botanicals and plants and herbs, apothecaries, things like that, I believe that there is definite value in some holistic medicine. I do feel, though, that a lot of it, there are a lot of charlatans that go in there and don't really know what they're doing. when it comes to herbs, don't really know what they're doing. And the problem with the supplements, the problem with the herbs is that there have been a lot of supplements that have not gone through like the FDA or anything like that, where they found toxic materials in there because there's no standard for producing these supplements, and it ended up hurting people. So that's really what it boils down to, is like where you need to draw the line to provide people options for themselves if they need anything, for whatever problem they may have. But at the same time, you also want to well, they do, but I'm not talking about side effects, Mom Patch. Pharmaceuticals do have a lot of side effects, and the problem with like this, a lot of the supplements that you would get at GMC, for example, or other supplement stores that are not approved by the FDA. And I'm not saying that the FDA is the be-all, end-all, perfect organization or institution here to take a look at all this stuff and make decisions, but I'm just saying there have been a lot of cases where you just had bad stuff from the manufacturing process in these supplements that ended up hurting people. So I'm saying that if we are to open up those markets, I would just say there has to be a certain standard of production to make sure that whatever the supplements are safe for people to consume. That's all. Yeah. I do think that people depend way too much on drugs. There hasn't been any real curing of diseases in a while. It's more of a symptom management way of thinking. And the other problem is just how healthcare is done in general, especially here in the United States, where you have a lot of... It's not the healthcare that's the problem, it's how doctors are trained. And how the legal system has kind of also bended the knee of doctors in a sense that they have to practice defensively in a certain way because they need to cover themselves for any liability, which there's a reasonable level where a doctor can do that, but I think doctors and hospitals and clinics, they just go way the hell too far with that. Just way the heck too far. They do stuff which they do stuff that goes way beyond the reasonable when it comes to covering their asses. And no, Disestablished, even though Disestablished isn't listening to my stream, she's not taking me down. We're just having a decent conversation. Anyways. So far, actually, let's go back on. We're talking about the debates coming up and the impeachment. One thing that I'd like to take a look at before we start here is of the debates is just to see where everybody stands in the polls. So let's look at Real Clear Politics. I'm going to bring it up on screen here once I have it. Let's see here. I shall bring it up here. It should just take one small moment. Okay. So, let's take a look here. That should show up. Perfect. So what we got is kind of a... Oh, go away. There we go. Sorry about that. I said agree. Get out of the way here, man. Oh, stupid thing. Okay, anyways. So, taking a look at this, for the most part, there really hasn't been any major changes. For a long time, all the way from July approximately, from July to today, the top three contenders have been Biden, Warren, and Sanders. Those are essentially the three candidates for the left, which is kind of funny because they've been always insulting the Republican Party as the party of white and old people and mostly men. But if you take a look at this, the most popular candidates are all incredibly old, incredibly white, and incredibly unintelligent candidates. So it's interesting. I mean, there's been a couple. I think that there's a new guy that kind of came in recently. I don't even know anymore. Like, Bloomberg is actually officially in. Oh, look at that. Okay, so he's officially in, I guess, since he's part of the polling, and he's polling at 3. So he can't even get past Kamala Harris. He beat Yang. Everybody else is just pathetic when it comes to the polls. I'm shocked, frankly, that Biden has had such a lead. It really surprises me. And this is just an overall. I mean, it's an overall polling. It doesn't cover individual states. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to go into the weeds too much about that. But I do find it fascinating, very fascinating, that that the media and I think even the pollsters are propping up Biden so much compared to the other two. A lot of these pollsters, this is the biggest problem with these polls, is that the questions can be very much manipulated. They can manipulate how many people they poll, who they poll, how they poll them. And, well, here's actually, look at here. Actually, to the right, there's a couple. Wisconsin, Biden is in the lead. In New Hampshire, Warren is in the lead. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. Geiger, as I call him, is the head guy in New Hampshire somehow. I don't even see why this guy has said the stupidest things on this planet, but okay. Wisconsin, we got Biden. All right. In Wisconsin, Trump beats Biden. There you have it. That's not accurate. Like, I'm looking at this favorability. He's over 50% from what I heard. So I don't know where they're getting their numbers on this one. I think this is incorrect. Actually, ever since the impeachment started, this as Nunes says, this inquisition, Trump's numbers have actually been good. The markets have been phenomenal. Sorry, I'm going to adjust the screen here just a little bit. It's amazing. It's amazing how well things are going whilst this clown show is going forward. It is pretty amazing to me. So, wow. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. At the end of the day. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to hold up. Ooh, that refreshed on me. Look at that. Okay. I'm going to remove this from the screen here. There we go. And I'm going to get things prepped here for the other stream, which I think this should be it. This should be correct, but we can always make sure that we update it. Worst case scenario. One moment here. Let me just get this. Just want to make sure I have something. Let's do this. And make sure that I can. There you go. Just want to have a little music in the background. I hope everyone likes Chopin. So there was if I recall, there was something else in the news that I wanted to discuss here. Let me just take a quick look to refresh my memory, because I could have sworn I saw something else. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, this was the other thing that I saw. That Jussie Smollett sues, was it the city of Chicago? He's suing a whole slew of people because everybody did everything wrong. Everybody lied, but he was the only one that was honest. He's suing the guys that he paid and don't choke. I'm good. I love Chopin, actually. He's one of my favorite composers. I love Beethoven as well. I've recently been told that I should listen to Bach. So I'm gonna start seeing if that's gonna come into the top 3. I also love Giuseppe Verdi. I think he has wonderful operas. I'm very much a classical and opera buff. So I'm glad you like it, Mom Patch. Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful music. But back to Jussie Smollett, though. Like, he's suing the guys. He's suing the guys that he paid. He paid these guys to do this faux attack on him, and he's suing them. Unbelievable. Oh, no kidding, Mom Patch. You used to actually compete? Wow, you must be quite the pianist. Very nice, very nice. Wonderful. And top piano too. Wow. Maybe you can give me a lesson. I've always wanted to learn. But yeah, you know, the news is crazy. The news is just crazy. Like, the more you hear, the crazier things get. And then the lady that handled the prosecutor that handled the whole thing for Jussie Smollett, she actually came out finally with a statement saying, "Oh, you know, I didn't handle this very well." Gee, yeah, think? I don't know. Anybody with the brain of an amoeba could have told you that, lady. It's incredible. Again, you know, I know I say this a lot and I react to a lot in the same way, but it's just so shocking to me. It is so shocking to me how ridiculous these people on the left are. How blatant they are. How blatant they are with their bias. And the thing is, if they weren't called on it, they would just keep going with this. The fact that this prosecutor actually had to come out and make a statement saying, yeah, you know what, I screwed it up. I didn't handle this properly. If she would not have been called on it and criticized on it, and all these investigations and everything beyond her would have initiated, do you really think she would have come out to do a statement saying, oh yeah, you know what, I screwed up? No. Absolutely not. I don't believe for 1 minute that she would. I really don't. Oh, another great news. Yeah, this is another thing that I heard about. Like, there's a DNA test confirms that Hunter Biden is the father of this lady, the father of this kid, that he basically slept with this woman in Arkansas while he was dating his brother's widow. And when he goes to take the DNA test, he goes there with his current lover or partner, whatever you want to call it. I'm flabbergasted, frankly. What kind of POS are you to do that? And what's worse is this: the fact that this kid is a Biden now, and the woman is trying to get everything like sealed, so her identity and the identity of the child is not known. But the fact that his grandfather now, this child's grandfather, is Joe, I like to smell women, and blood shoots out of my eyes, Biden. The kid and the mother are eligible for Secret Service to protect them now. So because this guy couldn't keep it in his pants, apparently. Yeah, apparently, touchy-feely does run in the family quite a lot, Mom Patch. Let me take a look at this link here. So Governor Deval Patrick was supposed to have an event at Morehouse College tonight. An organizer with the college who planned the event told CNN that Patrick canceled the event when he arrived and learned that he would not have an audience. Wow. 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 Oh, this is a guy that's trying to run for president too? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I remember this guy's announcement. I remember it now. Yes. Yes. He was the guy that was saying, yeah, I know that I'm a long shot, but I think that people will listen to me and feel that, I'm actually the guy that can do all this sort of thing. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He announced last week, and he's the governor. He's the governor of Massachusetts. Yeah. What is he polling at? Like minus 3,000? Is what the heck? Wow. Oh, he's supposed to be a hatchet man? Troll 22 FD is saying that he's supposed to be a hatchet man. Well, seems like he is, yeah. He doesn't seem to be doing a great job. No, he's not. He's not even blipping on any. I even forgot that he announced. I completely forgot that he announced. I'm serious. I kid you not. Incredible. Wow. Oh, I see some activity with Playlist Bot. Poor Bot got kind of brutalized today. Playlist Bot is actually completely dead? Wow. Wow. Aw. Such a shame. Such a shame. Yeah, it seemed like the double gas got it. I think that's what happened. I think it was dispatch's fault. I mean, I can always blame dispatch anyways, even if it wasn't his fault. It doesn't bother me. Being that he's the owner of the site, I mean, everything technically is his fault. See, even Mom Patch agrees. Mom Patch agrees I can blame you, Dispatch. So, you know, I got backup on that one. Dispatch being at fault is falling at 90%. I would have to agree. That sounds accurate. Secret streams are the future. That's right. Yep. I actually said that today in my announcement for the stream. I said, that's right. We're doing a stream today on Hump Day. By the way, I do hope everyone's been having a good week so far. And, another... Let's see here. Another link. Oh, God, Alex Jones, yeah. Oh, he's now at the Apple at Apple in Austin. Oh my gosh! Nice, very nice. Yeah, he's been going around a lot in that little tank of his. He disrupted a Hillary event, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Mom Patch. Much appreciated. I actually should turn that off. The blah, 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 blah. Hold on, I think I need to go to advanced for that. Advanced. There we go. Turn off notify. Alex Jones, yeah. I can't believe he has like that tank. It's pretty impressive. Of course they are, Mom Patch. They're always jelly. Who doesn't want a tank? Troll 22 FD? I want a tank too. That's freaking awesome. And it actually looks badass. It's not like that weird version of the Hummer that looked like a giant version of a Hot Wheels car. Hey, Playlist Bot is back. Finally restarted. Yeah, but that Hummer did not look very badass. I think it was the Hummer 3, if memory serves. But that actually looks like a tank. It looks like it's tough. You know, but I do find it incredibly hilarious that he disrupted a Hillary event. Now he's doing it with Apple. I mean, I understand why he's doing it, because his avenues are getting so limited in how he can, get exposure. So it makes sense for him to pull these kind of stunts and get in front of cameras. Yeah, it is. Troll 22 FD says the Alex Jones tank is better than Killdozer. Yeah. No, Jew isn't a slur. Not that I'm aware of. But yeah. But yeah, it's amazing the stuff that's happening right now. So, We got about 13 minutes, I think, until the debate stream is supposed to start here. So let me go ahead and see if I can find, because the link that you gave me, maybe I got the wrong link, Dispatch, but it seems like the link that I got from you is for the impeachment. So let me see here, Democrat debate. Let's see here. Uh, hmm. Oh, for Pete's sake. So just to kind of go over, it seems like I think it's going to be just nine candidates that qualified. And there's a live stream on MSNBC, if I'm not mistaken here. So there's probably going to be people that are going to be sniping it. Let's see if I can get the this up and running here. Okay. So I'll stop the music actually. So we'll stop the music. Let me bring up, because we have the preamble here, pre-show stuff. So I will put that up here. And I'll make sure that...
and MSNBC colleagues Andrea Mitchell and Kristen Welker, along with Ashley Parker from The Washington Post. The four of us will be moderators of tomorrow night's debate. Eek. We'll be right back.
Oops. No, hold on. No, I guess that was just a little thing here. What? They're not going to have the stream on their website? Really? Huh. That's so. So I'm gonna try in the other debates I tried not to in the first one I think I paused a little bit while talking. No, actually in the first one I just talked over them if I had commentary. In the other ones I've been kind of pausing a little bit or trying to interject when I can, and I want to try and not interrupt the debate too much. I want to keep it up there. I want them to talk. I want people to hear what they're saying. If I need to really get into something, I probably will pause it. I do want to give people a heads up about that. Most likely, though, I'm going to try and just let them talk without getting into too much here. So let me do something here, though. Let me see while I'm trying to figure out the stream here. And I apologize for not having this all pre-prepared because this stuff, it's happening fast and I'm a very busy guy. So it makes it a little hard for me to keep up sometimes with all the nuttiness. Let's see here. No, I want the debate schedule. That's what I want. Do. Okay. Okay.
And that I'm best qualified to walk in on day one and serve as president and commander-in-chief. I look forward to telling them why.
I'm very different from all the other candidates, that I have a different background, that I'm an outsider, that I have over a decade of experience of putting together coalitions of Americans to take on and beat what I think of as the unchecked corporate power in this country.
I'm going to be leaning on the American people to continue. If you want me in this race, if you want my voice on a debate stage that frankly has needed it,
Frankly, no, we haven't needed it.
Not have a primary where Democrats are distinguishing yourself on primary on your policy difference is important, but tearing down people and the character of people is just unacceptable. I'm going to continue to stand on the debate stage and advocate for my positions, my ideas, my spirit, and I'm going to continue to call it like it is, that we have one shot to make Donald Trump a one-term president, and tearing each other down is not going to be accomplishing that.
We are just moments away from the 5th Democratic debate in Atlanta. Tonight could be the last chance for some contenders to give their campaigns some momentum. Let's get some final thoughts before those candidates get to it. For one last time tonight, MSNBC political analyst and senior director of progressive programming for Sirius XM, Zerlina Maxwell, Republican strategist.
All right. Well, I really don't care about this pre-talk. We can ignore them for the time being. So, what to expect? Let's actually have a quick conversation before everything starts here. I think that we're gonna hear a lot of the same. I really don't think we're gonna get so much more different stuff that we've already heard before. Sorry, I saw a little blip in my streaming here. So like I was saying, I don't really think that there's going to be anything majorly different from the previous debates. All the candidates have essentially established themselves for who they are. There isn't really a big change. I'm surprised that they still allow people like Tulsi onto the stage, frankly, because she doesn't even have the polling. She's like not even at 2%. She's like, what was it, 1.2 or 1.3? It's pretty amazing to me, frankly, that she kind of forced her way onto the stage this way. But hey, whatever. The thing about Tulsi, though, a lot of people are saying, oh, she's the moderate, she's what the Democrat Party is supposed to be, not the crazy left. No. Tulsi Gabbard is a socialist. When Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, she supported every single stance that Bernie Sanders proposed. Every socialist proposal that he had, she agreed with. She is a socialist. She may be showing herself more as a quote-unquote moderate now because she's finding a disagreement and there's a rift between her and her party members. But ultimately, she is what she is. Whether she's not in lockstep with Bernie now, that's irrelevant. The fact that that was her stance then, and her proposals have really not changed much since then. And if somehow she manages to keep going beyond Bernie and beyond the Democrat Party and beyond these primaries, there's definitely going to be room for her to kind of stand out. But the thing is this, she is no better than any other Democrat on the stage. Her stances are very much in line, except for a few minor exceptions, which are very specific and very minor. But like I was saying, to me, I don't think there's going to be a lot of differences between this debate and the previous ones. I think you're going to hear the same nonsense. They're going to have the same attacks on Trump. There's going to be probably a lot of questions regarding the impeachment. Biden's going to come up. I wonder, actually, because of this indictment that came through on Burisma and the fact that Hunter Biden is actually named on it, I do wonder if they're going to ask Joe Biden about that. I really do, and I want to see how he weasels himself around that if that's going to happen. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Like I said, I'm gonna try and let them talk. I'm gonna try and not talk over them too much. I just want to kind of absorb what they're saying. But if they do, I mean, I will react. If they say something incredibly stupid, which they will, I guarantee you they will. I'm gonna definitely come in and say a couple things here and there. But in the meantime, as we're getting started, if you want to see more of these live coverages and these commentaries and political chitter chatter, please consider supporting. Go to streamlabs.com/theeternalabyss. I appreciate anything that you're willing to give to help support a small contributor and conservative voice like myself. We need more conservatives out there. We need more conservative voices out there. So please consider supporting. And please don't forget, follow. Subscribe, hit notifications, do what you need to do to make sure you don't miss the streams. Go on YouTube, BitChute. I am on Twitter, Gab, Minds, Parler. And I'm considering other platforms if need be. But definitely check out all those platforms. And if you go to my Twitter or you go to like my YouTube or something, you'll see the links that go to the different platforms. And I invite you to go there and follow and provide some support if you can, even just verbal support saying hey, thanks, hi, anything. It's much appreciated. I like to know that I'm actually being heard by a few people and not just talking into a microphone aimlessly. Even though I know people on Bitwave are watching me, I appreciate that. So we'll see what happens here with the debate. It's going to be starting in just about a minute, if not like a little bit sooner. So I'm going to bring the volume back up here. I'm going to mute my microphone for the time being. I'm also going to get myself some fluids while I'm waiting here for this whole thing to start. So somebody, at least one person is, yeah. Oh, I'm trying. I do what I can, Mom Patch. Thank you. So here we go. We're going to put the volume up.
Stick with us right now for the MSNBC Washington Post Democratic debate coming up.
Right. As soon as I raise the volume, they shut up. Ain't that the way, huh? I love these unplanned things. That's kind of half the fun about doing stuff kind of unplanned. You don't know what's going to happen. You kind of got to roll with the punches. So, yeah, I guess I'll just keep talking until we get this show on the freaking road, people. So this is the MSNBC Washington Post Democratic debate. Okay. And they made a big deal about this because they're saying, oh, it's going to be completely moderated by women. Okay. Big whoop, I guess. I mean, I don't. It's not really a big deal to me. I'm more interested in the substance of the questions, and I'm more interested. Oh, okay, Mom Patch. Bye bye. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. So, I guess I lost one viewer. But it's okay. I mean, hopefully. I mean, don't tell me that they actually. Wait, what's going on here? Hold up, let me check something. I have a bad feeling. I think I screwed up here. Have the live audio. Shoot. I think that was just a preamble. They don't have the actual. Hold up. There we go.
Senator Warren, you have said already that you've seen enough to convict the president and remove him from office. You and 4 of your colleagues on this stage tonight, who are also U.S. senators, may soon have to take that vote. Will you try to convince your Republican colleagues in the Senate to vote the same way? And if so, how?
Of course I will. And the obvious answer is to say, first, read the Mueller report, all 442 pages of it that showed how the president tried to obstruct justice. And when Congress failed to act at that moment, it meant the president felt free to break the law again and again and again. And that's what's happened with Ukraine.
That's ridiculous.
We have to establish the principle, no one is above the law. We have a constitutional
The Mueller report didn't show anything. That's the stupidest thing ever.
more part based on today's testimony. And that is, how did Ambassador Sondland get there? You know, this is not a man who had any qualifications except one. He wrote a check for $1 million. And that tells us about what's happening in Washington. The corruption, how money buys its way into Washington. You know, I raised this months ago about the whole notion that donors think they're going to get ambassadorships on the other side. And I've taken a pledge. Anyone who wants to give me a big donation, don't ask to be an ambassador, because I'm not going to have that happen. I asked everyone who's running for president to join me in that. And not a single person has so far. I hope what we saw today during the testimony means lots of people will sign on and say we are not going to give away the ambassador posts to the highest bidder.
Senator Warren, thank you. Senator Klobuchar, you've said that you support the impeachment inquiry, but you want to wait for a Senate trial to hear the evidence and make a decision about convicting the president. After the bombshell testimony of Ambassador Sondland today, has that view changed for you?
Bombshell, please.
Very clear that this is impeachable conduct, and I've called for an impeachment proceeding. I just believe our job as jurors is to look at each count and make a decision. But let me make very clear that what this impeachment proceeding about is really our democracy at stake. This is a president that not only with regard to his conduct with Ukraine, but every step of the way puts his own private interests, his own partisan interests, his own political interests in front of our country's interest. And this is wrong. This is a pattern with this man, and it goes to everything from how he has betrayed our farmers and our workers to what he has done with...
Did she just assume his gender?
For slaughter, sucking up to Vladimir Putin every minute of the day. That is what this guy does. And I think it is very, very important that we have a president that's going to put our country first. I was thinking about this when I was at the Carter Presidential Museum, and on the wall are etched the words of Walter Mondale when he looked back at their 4 years, not perfect. And he said this: we told the truth.
I think she has some sort of neurological issue. That's why she has this tremor.
The truth, we obeyed the law, we kept the peace. That is the minimum that we should expect in a president of the United States.
Senator, thank you. Senator Sanders, I'd like to go to you. Americans are watching these impeachment hearings. At the same time, they're also focused on their more immediate daily economic and family concerns. How central should the president's conduct uncovered by this impeachment inquiry be to any Democratic nominee's campaign for president? How central would it be to yours?
Well, Rachel, sadly, we have a president who is not only a pathological liar, he is likely the most corrupt president in the modern history of America. But we cannot simply be consumed by Donald Trump. Because if we are, you know what? We're going to lose the election. Right now, you've got 87 million people who have no health insurance or are underinsured.
You're going to lose the election anyways, Byrne.
Crisis of our time in terms of climate change. You got 500,000 people sleeping out on the street, and you got 18 million people paying half of their limited incomes for housing. What the American people understand is that the Congress can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. In other words, we can deal with Trump's corruption.
Apparently they can't because they've done nothing. They've only stuck to impeachment, impeachment, impeachment.
To stand up to the fact that our political system is corrupt, dominated by a handful of billionaires, and that our economy is rigged with 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of America. We can do it all when we rally the American people in the cause of justice.
Mayor Buttigieg, let me put the same question to you. How central should the president's conduct uncovered by the impeachment inquiry be to a Democratic nominee's campaign? How central would it be to yours?
Well, the constitutional process of impeachment should be beyond politics, and it is not a part of the campaign. But the president's conduct is. The impeachable conduct that we have seen in the abuse of power that we're learning more about in the investigations, but just to be clear, the president's already confessed to it on television. But that's just part of what we've seen. Under normal circumstances, a president would leave office after something that was revealed.
This is nonsense.
Got any attention at all, which was the president had to confess in writing, in court, to illegally diverting charitable contributions that were supposed to go to veterans. We are absolutely going to confront this president for his wrongdoing, but we are also each running to be the president who will lead this country after the Trump presidency comes to an end, one way or the other. I'm running to be the president for that day the sun comes up and the Trump presidency is behind us, which will be a tender moment in the life of this country. And we are going to have to unify a nation that will be as divided as ever, and while doing it, address big issues that didn't take a vacation for the impeachment process or for the Trump presidency as a whole, a climate approaching the point of no return. The fact that we've still got to act on health care, kids learning active shooter drills before they learn to read, and an economy where even when the Dow Jones is looking good, far too many Americans have to fight like hell just to hold on to what they've got.
Mr. Mayor.
Those are the crises that will be awaiting the next president and will be at the heart of our campaign.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Andrew.
Vice President Biden, you've suggested in your campaign that if you defeat President Trump, Republicans will start working with Democrats again. But right now, Republicans in Congress, including some of whom you've worked with for decades, are demanding investigations not only of you, but also of your son. How would you get those same Republicans to work with you?
Well, look, the next president of the United States is going to have to do 2 things. Defeat Donald Trump, that's number 1. And number 2, it's going to have to be able to go into states like Georgia and North Carolina and other places and get a Senate majority. That's what I'll do. You have to ask yourself up here, who is most likely to be able to win the nomination in the first place, to win the presidency in the first place? And secondly, who is most likely to increase the number of people who are Democrats in the House and in the Senate? And by the way, I learned something about these impeachment trials. I learned, number 1, that Donald Trump doesn't want me to be the nominee. That's pretty clear. He held up aid to make sure that, while at the same time, innocent people in the Donbass are getting killed by Russian soldiers. Secondly, I found out that Vladimir Putin doesn't want me to be president. So I've learned a lot about these hearings early on from these hearings that they're being held. But the bottom line is, I think we have to ask ourselves the honest question: who is most likely to do what needs to be done? Produce a Democratic majority in the United States Senate, maintain the House, and beat Trump.
Senator Harris, your thoughts about that?
Well, first of all, we have a criminal living in the White House. And there is no question that in 2020, the biggest issue before us until we get to that tender moment is justice is on the ballot. And what we saw today is Ambassador Sondland, by his own words, told us that everyone was in the loop. That means it is a criminal enterprise engaged in by the president, from what we heard today, the vice president, the secretary of state, and the chief of staff.
Yet not a shred of evidence.
Not only points to the corrupt nature of this administration and the need for these impeachment proceedings to go forward, but it also points to another issue. And back to the question that you asked earlier, which is, what does this mean for the American people? Because what it means when I watch this is that there are clearly 2 different set of rules for 2 different groups of people in America. The powerful people who with their arrogance think they can get away with this, and then everybody else. Because here's the thing.
Like Biden, Clinton, Holder, Comey.
If
Brennan.
Pay that credit card, by the end of the month, they get a penalty. For the people who don't pay their rent, they get evicted. For the people who shoplift, they go to jail. We need the same set of rules for everybody, and part of the reason I'm running for president is to say that we have to bring justice back to America for all people, and not just for some.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Warren, you have cast yourself as a fighter. If you were elected, though, you would be walking into an existing fight, a country that is already very divided over the Trump presidency, among other things. Do you see that divide as permanent, or do you need to bring the country together if you become president to achieve your goals?
So I think the way we achieve our goals and bring our country together is we talk about the things that unite us. And that is that we want to build an America that works for the people, not one that just works for rich folks. You know, I have proposed a 2-cent wealth tax. That is a tax for everybody who has more than $50 billion in assets. Your first $50 billion is free and clear.
Not this stupid 2-cent tax plan. This is the stupidest unmathematical plan I've ever heard in my life.
Here's the thing. Doing a wealth tax is not about punishing anyone. It's about saying you built something great in this country, good for you. But you did it using workers all of us help pay to educate. You did it using getting your goods on roads and bridges, all of us help pay for it. You did it protected by police and firefighters, all of us help pay the salaries for. So when you make it big, when you make it really big, when you make it top 0.1% big, pitch in 2 cents. So everybody else gets a chance to make it. And here's the thing. That's something that Democrats care about, independents care about, and Republicans care about. Because regardless of party affiliation, people understand across this country our government is working better and better for the billionaires, for the rich, for the well-connected, and worse for everyone else.
Factually not accurate. Everybody's wages have gone up. Everybody's investments have gone up. The market is going great for everybody.
We all agree that we need to bring in a lot more revenue in this country. We actually have a real problem with the tax rates, tax loopholes, tax cheats. And I don't agree with the wealth tax the way that Elizabeth Warren puts it. But I agree that we need to raise the estate tax. We need to tax capital gains as ordinary income, real strategies will increase revenue. But here's the challenge. We as Democrats need to fight for a just taxation system. But as I travel around the country, we Democrats also have to talk about how to grow wealth as well. When I stood in church recently and asked folks in a black church, how many people here want to be entrepreneurs, half the church raised their hands. If we as a country don't start, if we have a party don't start talking not just about how to tax wealth, but to give more people opportunities to create wealth, to grow businesses, to have their American dream. Because, yeah, we need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour. But the people in communities I frequent, their aspiration for their lives is not just to have those fair wages. They want to have an economy that provides not just equalities in wealth, but they want to have equalities of opportunity. And that's what our party has to be about as well.
Senator Warren, you wanted to respond?
Sure. So let me just tell you what we can do with that 2-cent wealth tax. 2 cents on the top 0.1% in this country, and we can provide universal child.
That's not mathematically feasible. Shut up.
That is transformative. We can provide universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in America. We can stop exploiting the women, largely black and brown women, who do this work, and we can raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in America. We can put $800 billion new federal dollars into all of our public schools.
Even if you taxed rich people 100%, you cannot sustain the programs indefinitely. They'd only last for, what, a year or two? Stupid.
85% of the folks who've got it. 2-cent wealth tax, and we can invest in an entire generation's
let me
future.
let Senator Booker respond.
Sure.
You know, again, I agree with the need to do all of those things. We're all united in wanting to see universal preschool, and I'll fight for that. We're all united in wanting to fund HBCUs. Heck, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for 2 parents that went to HBCUs. But the tax, the way we're putting it forward right now, the wealth tax, I'm sorry, it's cumbersome. It's been tried by other nations. It's hard to evaluate. We can get the same amount of revenue through just taxation. But again, we as Democrats have got to start talking not just about how we tax from a stage, but how we grow wealth in this country amongst those disadvantaged communities that are not seeing it. Look at VC dollars in this country.
Booker is stealing Yang's fire there, because Yang said that at the last debate, and he was right. The other countries that have tried it stopped it because it didn't work.
We're going to have a fair, just taxation where millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share. But dear God, we're going to have pathways to prosperity for more Americans. We're going to see a change in what we see right now. Small businesses, new startups are going down in this country.
Thank you, Senator.
We need to give
Senator
more
Warren,
new entrepreneurs
Senator Warren,
access
briefly,
to wealth.
just your last thoughts on this.
The idea behind what is fair. Today, the 99% in America are on track to pay about 7.2% of their total wealth in taxes.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
The top 0.1% that I want to say pay 2 cents more, they'll pay 3.2% in America. I'm tired of freeloading billionaires. I think it's time that we ask those at the very top to pay more so that every single one of
Freeloading billionaires. Okay. What do billionaires do with their money? Do they just keep it in a vault and swim in it like Scrooge McDuck? No. They invested in industry companies. They provide jobs for people. Are you kidding me?
That we start to think fighting is the point. The Republican Party never stopped fighting President Obama in his 8 years in office. So what would you do that President Obama didn't do to change that?
Well, as President Obama commented recently, we are now in a different reality than we were even 12 years ago. And to me, the extraordinary potential of the moment we're in right now is that there is an American majority that stands ready to tackle big issues that didn't exist in the same way even a few years ago. Even on issues where Democrats have been on defense, like immigration and guns, we have a majority to do the right thing, if we can galvanize, not polarize that majority. For example, on health care. The reason I insist on Medicare for all who want it as the strategy to deliver on that goal we share of universal health care is that that is something that, as a governing strategy, we can unify the American people around. Creating a version of Medicare, making it available to anybody who wants it, but without the divisive step of ordering people onto it, whether they want to or not. And I believe that commanding people to accept that option, whether we wait 3 years as Senator Warren has proposed or whether you do it right out of the gate, is not the right approach to unify the American people around a very, very big transformation that we now have an opportunity to deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kristen Welker.
Let's talk about Medicare for All. Senator Warren, you are running on Medicare for All. Democrats have been winning elections even in red states with a very different message on health care, protecting Obamacare. Democrats are divided on this issue. What do you say to voters who are worried that your position on Medicare for All could cost you critical votes in the general election?
So I look out and I see tens of millions of Americans who are struggling to pay their medical bills. 37 million people who decided not to have a prescription filled because they just can't afford it. People who didn't take the tests the doctor recommended because they just can't afford it. So here is my plan. Let's bring as many people in and get as much help to the American people as we can, as fast as we can. On day one, as president, I will bring down the cost of prescription drugs on things like insulin and EpiPens. That's going to save tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for people. I'm going to defend the Affordable Care Act from the sabotage of the Trump administration. And in the first 100 days, I'm going to bring in $135 million.
The American people didn't want Obamacare. It was shoved down our throats. Nobody wanted it, and it was a failure.
Everybody who has a family of 4, income less than $50,000, I'm going to lower the age of Medicare to 50 and expand Medicare coverage to include vision and dental and long-term care. And then in the third year, when people have had a chance to feel it and taste it and live with it, we're going to vote and we're going to want Medicare for all.
Senator, thank you, Senator. Senator Sanders, let me bring you into this conversation
I wrote the
ask you the question. Well, I want to ask you the question this way, Senator Sanders.
God, this guy's so stupid every time. I wrote the damn bill.
Political revolution.
Yes.
President Obama explicitly said the country is, quote, less revolutionary than it is interested in improvement. The average American doesn't think we have to completely tear down the system and remake it, end quote. Is President Obama wrong?
No, he's right. We don't have to tear down the system. But we do have to do what the American people want. And the American people understand today that the current healthcare system is not only cruel, it is dysfunctional. Now, you tell me how we have a system in which we spend twice as much as do the people of any other country, and yet we got 87 million uninsured,
And we provide health care that is beyond reproach in terms of quality.
other countries. 500,000 people go bankrupt because of medically related issues.
I've never seen any facts that back up such a claim. This is just BS he's pulling out of his ass.
People up here think that we should not take on the insurance industry. We should not take on the pharmaceutical industry. But you know what? If you think back to FDR, and if you think back to JFK and Harry Truman and Barack Obama, as a matter of fact, people have been talking about health care for all. Well, you know what? I think now is the time. And in the first week of my administration, we will introduce Medicare for all. Medicare for all, that means no deductibles, no co-payments, no out-of-pocket expenses. That's where we got to go.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Vice President Biden.
You know,
Except for bankrupting the country and increasing taxes on everybody.
$40 trillion. The fact is that right now, the vast majority of Democrats do not support Medicare for all. It couldn't pass the United States Senate right now with Democrats. It couldn't pass the House. Nancy Pelosi is one of those people who then thinks it makes sense. We should build on Obamacare, provide the plan I put forward before anybody in here, adding a Medicare option in that plan, and not make people choose. Allow people to choose, I should say. But if you go to my two friends on my right and my left, you have to give up your private insurance. 160 million people like their private insurance.
Freudian slip. Freudian slip.
Medicare-like proposal in my plan. Drug prices go down, premiums go down across the board. But here's the deal. They get to choose. I trust the American people to make a judgment what they believe is in their interest and not demand of them what the insurance companies. They want no competition. And my friends say you have to only go Medicare for all.
Vice President Biden, thank you. Ashley.
Congresswoman Gabbard, you have criticized Hillary Clinton as the, quote, personification of the rot that has sickened the Democratic Party. What is the rot you see in the Democratic Party?
That our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been
It kind of never was.
influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests. I'm running for president to be the Democratic nominee that rebuilds our Democratic Party, takes it out of their hands, and truly puts it in the hands of the people of this country, a party that actually hears the voices of Americans who are struggling all across this country, and puts it in the hands of veterans and fellow Americans who are calling for an end to this ongoing Bush, Clinton, Trump foreign policy doctrine of regime change wars.
Trump's doctrine is not anything like those in the past.
My brothers and sisters in uniform into harm's way to fight in wars that actually undermine our national security and have cost us thousands of American lives. These are wars that have cost us as American taxpayers trillions of dollars since 9/11 alone, dollars that have come out of our pockets, out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our infrastructure needs. As president, I will end this foreign policy, end these regime change wars, work to end this new Cold War and arms race, and instead invest our hard-earned taxpayer dollars actually into serving the needs of the American people
Thank you,
right here at home.
Senator Harris, any response?
Oh, sure. I think that it's unfortunate that
I guess someone fell asleep.
who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama, who has spent full-time criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower, fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign, again, criticizing the Democratic Party. What we need on the stage in November is someone who has the ability to win. And by that, we need someone on that stage who has the ability to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and someone who has the ability to rebuild the Obama coalition and bring the party and the nation together. I believe I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
Congresswoman Gabbard, I'll give you a chance to respond.
What Senator Harris is doing is unfortunately continuing to traffic in lies and smears and innuendos because she cannot challenge the substance of the argument that I'm making, the leadership and the change that I'm seeking to bring in our foreign policy, which only makes me guess that she will, as president, continue the status quo, continue the Bush-Clinton-Trump foreign policy of regime change wars, which is deeply destructive. This is personal to me because I served in Iraq. I left my seat in the state legislature in Hawaii, volunteered to deploy to Iraq, where I served in a medical unit where every single day I saw the terribly high human cost of war. I take very seriously the responsibility that the president has to serve as commander-in-chief, to lead our armed forces, and to make sure always, no, I'm not going to put party interests first. I will put the interests of the American people above all else.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I want to briefly give Senator Harris a final second to respond.
I believe that what our nation needs right now is a nominee who can speak to all people. I spent my entire career standing mostly in a courtroom speaking 5 words, Kamala Harris for the people.
Standing? I don't know if you were standing.
Race, regardless of their gender, regardless of where they live geographically, regardless of the party with which they're registered to vote or the language their grandmother speaks. We need someone on this debate stage in November who has the ability to unify the country and to win the election. And I believe, again, I am that candidate.
Thank you, Senator.
I like how she didn't address anything that Tulsi Gabbard said as a reply.
Into the political process to influence it. But in fact, you have spent over $300 million of your own money in support of your political goals. How do you respond to critics who see you as the embodiment of a special interest?
What I've done over the last decade is to put together coalitions of ordinary American citizens to take on unchecked corporate power. We have a broken government in Washington, D.C. It's been purchased by corporations. Over the last decade, with the help of the American people, we have taken on and beaten the oil companies. We have taken on and beaten the tobacco companies. We have taken on and beaten utilities. We've taken on and beaten the drug companies. I've also built one of the largest grassroots organizations in the United States. Last year, Next Gen America did the largest youth voter mobilization in American history. I also, in partnership with 7 national unions, knocked on 15 million doors in 2016 and 10 million in 2018. What I've done is to try to push power down to the American people, to take power away from the corporations who've bought our government. And I'm talking now about structural reform in Washington, D.C. Term limits. If you want bold change in the United States, you're going to have new and different people in charge. I'm the only person.
That was already proposed by Trump and by Ted Cruz.
Even Mayor Pete Buttigieg will not talk about term limits and structural change. I would let the American people pass laws themselves through direct democracy. It's time to push the power back to the people and away from DC.
Direct democracy does not work. It's mob rule.
I'm someone that doesn't come from money, and I appreciate the work of Mr. Steyer. But right now we have a system that's not fair, and it's not just fair for money. And so what I would do is start a constitutional amendment and pass it to overturn Citizens United. That's what we should do so that we stop this dark money and outside money from coming into our politics. I have led the way on voting. And I can tell you right now, one solution that would make a huge difference in this state would be allow every kid in the country to register to vote when they turn 18. If we had a system like this and we did something about gerrymandering and we stopped the voting purges.
Wait, what? I thought you already can vote when you're 18. What is she talking about?
In politics from the outside, Stacey Abrams would be governor of this state right now.
Thank
and
you,
that's
Senator.
what should have happened. So
No, she lost, and voter fraud is not a solution.
Senate race, I literally called everyone I knew, and I set what is still an all-time Senate record. I raised $17,000 from ex-boyfriends. And I'd like to point out, it is not an expanding base. So I don't just think this with my head. I feel it in my heart.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar.
Since
Mr.
I was
Yang, I
named,
want to
I'd
bring
like
you
to
in.
chime in.
Mr. Yang.
Sure. Thank you, Trina.
Mr. Yang, you've made a virtue of your outsider status. You've never served in the military or in government. What has prepared you to respond to a terrorist attack or a major disaster?
Well, first, I just want to stick up for Tom. We have a broken campaign finance system, but Tom's been spending his own money fighting climate change. And you can't knock someone for having money and spending it in the right way, in my opinion.
Thanks, Andrew.
No problem.
Jesus Christ.
As Commander-in-Chief, I think we need to be focused on the real threats of the 21st century. And what are those threats? Climate change, artificial intelligence, loose nuclear material, military drones, and non-state actors. And if you look up, we're in the process of potentially losing the AI arms race to China right now because they have more access to more data than we do, and their government is putting billions of dollars to work subsidizing the development of AI in a way that we are not. We are 24 years behind on technology, and I can say that with authority because we got rid of the Office of Technology Assessment in 1995. Think about that timing. I guess they thought they'd invented everything. The next Commander-in-Chief has to be focused on the true threats of tomorrow, and that's what I'll bring to the table as Commander-in-Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Andrea?
Mayor Buttigieg,
He really didn't answer the question, though.
candidate. You were elected mayor in a Democratic city, receiving just under 11,000 votes. And in your only statewide race, you lost by 25 points. Why should Democrats take the risk of betting on you?
Because I have the right experience to take on Donald Trump. I get that it's not traditional establishment Washington experience, but I would argue we need something very different right now. In order to defeat this president, we need somebody who can go toe-to-toe, who actually comes from the kinds of communities that he's been appealing to. I don't talk a big game about helping the working class while helicoptering between golf courses with my name on them. I don't even golf. As a matter of fact, I never thought I'd be on a Forbes magazine list, but they did one of all the candidates by wealth, and I am literally the least wealthy person on this stage. I also wore the uniform of this country and know what is at stake in the decisions that are made in the Oval Office in the Situation Room. And I know how to bring people together to get things done. I know that from the perspective of Washington, what goes on in my city might look small, but frankly, where we live, the infighting on Capitol Hill is what looks small. The usual way of doing business in Washington is what looks small. And I believe we need to send somebody in who has a different kind of experience. The experience on the ground, solving problems, working side by side with neighbors on some of the toughest issues that come up in government, recognizing what is required of executive leadership and bringing that to Washington so that Washington can start looking a little more like our best-run communities in the heartland before the other way around.
Except that your community is not doing well at all, so what are you even talking about?
Women on the stage, do I think that we would be standing on that stage if we had the experience he had? No, I don't. Maybe we're held to a different standard. Senator, what did you mean by that?
First of all, I've made very clear I think that Pete is qualified to be up on this stage, and I am honored to be standing next to him. But what I said was true. Women are held to a higher standard. Otherwise, we could play a game called Name Your Favorite Woman President.
Oh, boo-hoo, frickin' who. Give me a break.
And including all vice presidents.
I really hate it when women play this victim card so much.
Knows exactly what I mean. We have to work harder, and that's a fact. But I want to dispel one thing. Because
no, that's not a fact. You don't have to work harder. Men work plenty hard to get where they're at.
I don't think you have to be the skinniest person. I don't think you have the loudest voice on the stage. I don't think that means that you will be the one that should be president. I think what matters is if you're smart, if you're competent, and if you get things done. I am the one that has passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat in that gridlock of Washington in Congress on this stage. I think you've got to win. And I am the one, Mr. Vice President, that has been able to win every red and purple congressional district as the lead on a ticket every time. I govern both with my head and my heart. And if you think a woman can't beat Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi does it every single day.
Actually, she doesn't. Nancy Pelosi does not. She's failing horribly.
I think a woman's qualified to be president. There's no reason why, if you think the woman's the most qualified person now, you should vote for them. The reason why I think I should be president and be the nominee is, number one, I have brought people together my entire career. In the United States Senate, I've passed more major legislation than everybody on this stage combined, from the Violence Against Women Act to making sure we have the Chemical Weapons Treaty to dealing with Milosevic, the whole range of things that I've been engaged in my whole career. I've done it. I've brought people together. I'm always told by everybody on here, things have changed. You can't do that anymore. If we can't, I thought the question was initially asked of the senator, how do you unify this country? We have to unify this country. I have done it.
What is he
I have done
talking
it
about?
repeatedly. And lastly, to be commander-in-chief, there's no time for on-the-job training. I've spent more time in the Situation Room, more time abroad, more time than anybody up here. I know every major world leader. They know me, and they know when I speak, if I'm the President of the United States, who we're for, who we're against, and what we'll do, and we'll keep our word.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ashley.
Senator Booker, one of the defining characteristics of the Trump presidency is that the American people hear from him directly all the time about everything, on Twitter and just about everywhere else. Setting aside your views of his tone, is that unfiltered communication something you, as president, would continue? Is this one of the norms broken by President Trump that needed to change?
So look, this president has broken norms, as you've said. He used his platforms to demean, degrade, and divide this country in ways that are repugnant and appalling. But the next president, whoever they are, is going to have to be someone who can heal and bring this nation together, this whole nation. So absolutely in that office, I will do whatever it takes to make sure we bring this country together. But it's not for a kumbaya moment. We are a nation that achieves great things when we stand together and work together and fight together. So absolutely. When I was mayor of the largest city in my state, and this is where I agree with Mayor Pete, mayoral experience is very important, and I happen to be the other Rhodes Scholar mayor on this stage. And what I learned there is that you have to be an executive that can heal. In my city, we have racial divides. We have geographic divides that go from wealth to people that are struggling. The success of my city was because we brought us all together and did things that other people said couldn't be done. When I am president of the United States, my campaign from the very beginning has not changed. My charge is to see a nation right now which has so much common pain, to channel that back into a sense of common purpose, and I will do whatever it takes, bringing creativity to that office like has never been seen before.
Thank you, Senator. Rachel?
Chants of lock her up are still heard at President Trump's rallies today. Now, some opponents of the president are turning the same slogan against him. They've chanted lock him up at a recent World Series game in Washington and at a Veterans Day event in New York. And Senator Sanders at least 2 of your campaign events recently. Senator, should Democrats discourage this, or are you okay with it?
Well, I think the people of this country are catching on to the degree that this president thinks he is above the law. And what the American people are saying, nobody is above the law. And I think what the American people are also saying is, in fact, that if this president did break the law, he should be prosecuted like any other individual who breaks the law. But at the end of the day, what we need to do is to bring our people together, not just in opposition to Trump, The initial question, I think, that you wrote, that somebody raised here, was that we are a divided nation. You know what? I kind of reject that. I think when you talk about the pain of working families in this country, majority of the American people want to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. When you talk about the climate crisis,
wages have raised.
The majority of the American people know that it is real. They know we have to take on the fossil fuel industry. They know we have to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel.
Then why do you have 3 homes, buddy? Why do you have 3 homes if climate change is so important?
The American people are coming together to end the horrific level of gun violence. So I believe, we got to deal with Trump, but we also have to have an agenda that brings our people together.
And he didn't even answer the question.
The wealth and income doesn't just go to the people on top, but to all of us.
Vice President Biden, let me ask you to pick up on the issue that Senator Sanders just raised about no one being above the law. When President Ford pardoned President Nixon, he said it was to heal the country. Would you support a potential criminal investigation into President Trump after he leaves office, even if you thought it might further inflame the country's divisions?
Look, I would not direct my Justice Department like this president does. I'd let them make their independent judgment. I would not dictate who should be prosecuted or who should be exonerated. That's not the role of the President of the United States.
Seems like you're okay with it when Obama was doing it in Holder.
Attorney.
And Loretta Lynch
was determined by the Attorney General I supported, that I appointed. Let them make an independent judgment. If that was the judgment that he violated the law and he should be, in fact, criminally prosecuted, then so be it. But I would not direct it. And I don't think it's a good idea that we that we model ourselves after Trump and say, lock him up. Look, we have to bring this country together. Let's start talking civilly to people and tweeting. The next president who starts tweeting should, anyway. It's about civility. We have to restore the soul of this country. And that's not who we are. That's not who we've been. That's not who we should be.
Well, how about start civility on the stage itself? They've been doing nothing but bashing Trump without any real evidence. That's civility?
Prosecuted, period.
Senator Sanders, let me ask you briefly to respond to that, the difference of your opinion there with Vice President Biden.
Well, no, I think Joe is right. I think that it is the function of the Attorney General. But what I am of the opinion is that the American people now do believe, and the more they see these impeachment hearings on television, they do believe that we have a president who thinks he's above the law. We have a president who is engaged in corruption. We have a president who has obstructed justice. And in my view, somebody who has violated the Emoluments Clause. I think Joe is right. That is the function of an independent Department of Justice. But my inclination is that the American people do believe that this president is in violation of the law.
Can I respond very quickly?
Briefly, Senator.
Distinction. Should he be impeached and should he be thrown out of office? That's one question. He's very close to he's indicted himself. Number two, after he's thrown out of office or after he's defeated, should he be then prosecuted? Should he be prosecuted for a criminal offense while he was president? That's a judgment to be made by an attorney general.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Ashley.
We now focus on an issue facing many Americans, childcare and paid family leave. Here in Georgia, the average price of infant daycare can be as much as $8,500 per child per year. That's more than in-state tuition at a 4-year public college in Georgia. Mr. Yang, what would you do as president to ease that financial burden?
There are only 2 countries in the world that don't have paid family leave for new moms, the United States of America and Papua New Guinea. That is the entire list, and we need to get off this list as soon as possible. I would pass paid family leave as one of the first things we do. I have 2 kids myself who are 4 and 7, one of whom is autistic and has special needs, and it's breaking families' backs. We need to...
Yeah, let's not have parents take care of their own kids. That's, why would you want that?
They're already years behind. Studies have shown that 2/3 of our kids' educational outcomes are determined by what's happening to them at home. This is stress levels, number of words read to them as children, type of neighborhood, whether a parent has time to spend with them.
Did they do it on purpose to have a red flag and red stars behind him because he's Asian?
American adult, which would put, in many cases, $2,000 a month into families' pockets so that they can either pay for childcare or, if they want, stay home with the child. We should not be pushing everyone to leave the home and go to the workforce. Many parents see that trade-off and say if they leave the home and work, they're going to be spending all the money on childcare anyway. In many cases, it would be better if the parent stays home with the child.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Okay, wow, thank you. Yeah, it is better for the parent to be with the child. He said one thing that's correct.
When they have a new baby. A number of you on stage tonight have plans to address this. Senator Harris, you're one of the candidates proposing legislation to guarantee up to 6 months of paid family leave. And Senator Klobuchar, you're one of the candidates proposing up to 3 months. I want to hear from both of you on this, starting with you, Senator Klobuchar. Why 3 months?
I looked at this economically, and I want to make sure that we help people because, as just pointed out, we are way behind the curve our country is when it comes to providing paid family leave and child care. We must do this, and we will do this if we have the right person heading up the ticket so we can win big. But what I have done with all of my plans is I have showed how I'm going to pay for them meticulously. I think that is really, really important when we have a president in the White House right now who have told over 10,000 lies. So when you look at my website at amyklobuchar.com, you will see my plans, and you're also going to see how I'm going to pay for it. And I think that is so important because this president is literally increasing the debt, treating our farmers and workers like poker chips in a bankrupt casino, and really putting this country in a worse financial situation every single day. So yes, my plan is 3 months. I think that's good. I'd love to do more. As I've said before, I'd love to staple free diplomas under people's chairs. I just am not going to go for things, and this is not, I'm not talking about Senator Harris's plan here, but I'm talking about some of the other ideas that have been out here.
Staple diplomas? What?
And then throw in a free car. I think that we have an obligation as a party to be, yes, fiscally responsible, yes, think big, but make sure we have people's backs and are honest with them about what we can pay for. And that is everything from sending rich kids to college for free, which I don't support, to kicking $149 million off their health insurance, current health insurance, in 4 years. I just think we have to be smart about how we do this.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Harris, why 6 months, and also how would you pay for that?
Sure, and everybody, please visit my website, kamalaharris.org, for the details on everything I talk about. 6 months. So part of how I believe we're going to win this election is it is going to be because we are focused on the future. We are focused on the challenges that are presented today and not trying to bring back yesterday to solve tomorrow. So on paid family leave, it is no longer the case in America that people are having children in their 20s. People are having children in their 30s, often in their 40s, which means that these families and parents are often raising young children and taking care of their parents, which requires a lot of work, from traveling back and forth to a hospital to daycare to all of the activities that are required, much less the health care needs that are required. And what we are seeing in America today is the burden principally falls on women to do that work. And many women are having to make a very difficult choice, whether they're going to leave a profession for which they have a passion.
Oh, here's the women victim card again.
Paycheck that is part of what that family relies on. So 6 months paid family leave is meant to and is designed to adjust to the reality of women's lives today. The reality also is that women are not paid equal for equal work in America. We passed the Equal Pay Act.
That is not true. That is not true.
Our Lord 2019, and women are paid 80 cents on the dollar, black women 61 cents, Native American women 58 cents, Latinas 53 cents. So my policy is about, there's a whole collection of work that I am doing that is focused on women and working women in America.
The pay gap is a myth. None of what she said is true. So this is nonsense.
Thank you, Senator. Kristen?
Oh, Mr. Steyer, millions of working Americans are finding that housing has become unaffordable, especially in metropolitan areas. It is particularly acute in your home state of California and places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Why are you the best person to fix this problem?
When you look at inequality in the United States of America, you have to start with housing. Where you put your head at night determines so many things about your life. It determines where your kids go to school. It determines the air you breathe, where you shop, how long it takes you to get to work. What we've seen in California is, as a result of policy, we have millions too few housing units. And that affects everybody in California. It starts with a homeless crisis that goes all through the state, but it also includes skyrocketing rents that affect every single working person in the state of California. I understand exactly what needs to be done here, which is we need to change policy and we need to apply resources here to make sure that we build literally millions of new units. But the other thing that's going to be true about building these units...
Just building the units isn't going to resolve the problem when the markets are artificially inflated in urban areas to create a false demand and increase rents and purchase prices. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
So we are going to have to direct dollars. We're going to have to change policy and make sure that the localities and municipalities who've worked very hard to make sure that there are no new housing units built in their towns, that they have to change that, and we're going to have to force it, and then we're going to have to direct federal dollars to make sure that those units are...
So he wants to force companies to make homes.
...% of their income on rent.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Senator Warren, I see your hand raised.
Yes. Think of it this way. Our housing problem in America is a problem on the supply side, and that means that the federal government stopped building new housing a long time ago, affordable housing. Also, private developers, they've gone up to the mansions. They're not building the little two-bedroom, one-bath house that I grew up in.
Absolutely untrue. The building market is very, very geocentric to the location that they're serving. Every area is different. They have a different demand. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about either.
For people with disabilities, for people who are coming back from being incarcerated, it's about tenants' rights. But there's one more piece. Housing is how we build wealth in America. The federal government has subsidized the purchase of housing for decades for white people and has said for black people, you're cut out of the deal.
Not true as well. The markets and bankings were not systematically racist. You stupid, stupid, stupid woman.
Wrong about government-sponsored discrimination, how we need to address it, and we need to say we're going to reverse it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Booker?
Gosh, I'm losing my patience with this.
Mayor who was a mayor during a recession, who was a mayor during a housing crisis, who started my career as a tenants' rights lawyer. This are all good points, but we're not talking about something that is going on all over America, which is gentrification and low-income families being moved further and further out, often compounding racial segregation. And so all of these things, we need to put more federal dollars in it, but we've got to start empowering people. We use our tax code to move wealth up, the mortgage interest deduction. My plan is very simple. If you're a renter who pays more than a third of your income in rent, then you will get a refundable tax credit between the amount you're paying and the area median rent. That empowers people in the same way we empower homeowners. And what that does is it actually slashes poverty, 10 million people out. And by the way, for those people who are facing eviction, it is about time that the only people when they show up in rentals court that have a lawyer is not the landlord, it is also low-income families struggling to stay in their homes.
Thank you, Senator. Rachel?
We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with these candidates from the MSNBC Washington Post Democratic candidates debate in Atlanta, Georgia. Stay with us.
All right. There's a break, so let's take a quick assessment here. Good God. Oh, it's the usual crap. It's the usual nonsense. Oh, gender discrimination, racial discrimination. We're not helping families. We're putting students in debt. The rich people are milking the poor. Like I said, nothing is different from the previous debates. Nothing has changed. Nothing. What they're saying is absolute bullcrap. Let's take this gentrification thing. I've heard many people complain about gentrification. All right, let's talk about gentrification. Do you know why gentrification happens? Gentrification happens because when the area that is populated by whoever it is. I don't even care to point to a specific group, social economic status, community. That's, to me, it's irrelevant, because you have crappy areas with white people, you have crappy areas with non-whites. So what it boils down to is when an area becomes crime-ridden, you have a combination of local, city, county, state laws that affect that region. Then you have people coming in that live in these areas that are that do not produce anything positive for that community. You have high crime. And if you have incompetence and corruption within your government, Detroit is a perfect example of this, because Detroit has been for a long time been owned by people that have just absolutely destroyed it. And for many years, no matter what money comes into it, they just pocket it. They don't help the city. So the problem is that gentrification just doesn't happen overnight. What happens is these areas slowly fall in property values. They slowly fall in terms of safety. You get crime coming up. You have people that don't properly care for themselves, for their properties, for the people around them. And they don't care about following the laws. So when all this happens and you don't have proper policing, and you don't have proper state resources, you don't have proper county resources, you don't have proper city resources, that's what ends up happening with areas like, let's take Brooklyn, for example. Parts of Brooklyn have become gentrified because it's become hipsterville in certain areas. And it created a boom in the people coming in with businesses and bringing money in and bringing prosperity in. When you have an area that loses its livability and its prosperity, you have to do something to help, because the people themselves aren't helping themselves. That's what it boils down to. So yeah, gentrification is a side effect of that. But we're coming back to the debate, so here we go.
Back to the MSNBC Washington Post Democratic candidates debate. Let's get right back into it. American farmers are struggling under the effects of President Trump's trade war with China. The Trump administration's payments to farmers to offset those losses already have a price tag that is more than double what was spent on the Obama administration's auto bailout. Mayor Buttigieg, would you continue those farm subsidies?
We shouldn't have to pay farmers to take the edge off of a trade war that shouldn't have been started in the first place. I will support farmers, but not long ago, I was in Boone, Iowa. A guy came up to me. He said, I got my Trump bailout check, but I would have rather spent that money on conservation. By the way, this isn't even making farmers whole. If you're in soybeans, for example, you're getting killed. And it's not just what this president's done with the trade war in a lot of parts of the country. The worst thing is these so-called small refinery waivers, which are killing those who are involved in ethanol. Look, I don't think this president cares one bit about farmers. He keeps asking them to take one for the team, but more and more I'm talking to people in rural America who see that they're not going to...
Yeah, but USMCA could have been passed a long time ago if the Democrats would actually get off their asses and do something.
American farmers, but we have to stand up for them, not just with direct subsidies and support, but with making sure we do something about the consolidation, the monopolies that leave farmers with fewer places to purchase supplies from and fewer places to sell their product to. And American farming should be one of the key pillars of how we combat climate change. I believe that the quest for the carbon negative farm could be as big a symbol of dealing with climate change as the electric car in this country. And it's an important part of how we make sure that we get a message out around dealing with climate change that recruits everybody to be part of the solution, including conservative communities where a lot of people have been made to feel that admitting climate science would mean acknowledging they're part of the problem.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need you to answer the question. Would you continue those subsidies or not?
Yes, but we won't need them because we're going to fix the trade war.
Thank you, sir. The UN recently reported that what was once called climate change is now a climate crisis, with drastic results already being felt. Climate is also an issue important to our audience. We received thousands of questions from our viewers, and many of them were about climate. Callista from Minneapolis writes this. Leading the world in resolving the climate crisis will be a multi-decade project, spanning far beyond even a two-term presidency. If you are elected president, how would you ensure that there is secure leadership and bipartisan support to continue this project? Congresswoman Gabbard.
This is an issue that impacts all of us as Americans and people all over the world. This is not a Democrat issue or Republican issue. This is about the environmental threats that each and every one of us face. These are the kinds of conversations that we're having in our town hall meetings and house parties in different parts of the country, where we have Democrats, Republicans, libertarians, and independents coming together saying, hey, we are all concerned about making sure that we have clean water to drink for our families, that we have clean air to breathe, that we're able to raise our kids in a community that's safe. It is the hyper-partisanship in Washington, unfortunately, that has created this gridlock that has stood in the way of the kinds of progress that I would bring about as president. Transitioning our country off of fossil fuels and ending the nearly $30 billion in subsidies that we as taxpayers are currently giving to the fossil fuel industry, instead investing in a green, renewable energy economy that leads us into the 21st century.
What is she talking about? We're one of the top producers of energy now and oil.
Transitioning our agriculture, that is a great contributor to the environmental threats we face, towards an agriculture system that focuses on local and regional production of food, healthy food that will actually feed the health and well-being of our people, leading as a leader in the world to make the global change necessary to address these threats.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I want to bring in Mr. Steyer on this. You've made climate change a central point of your political career. To this issue of making changes that last, making changes that are permanent, could you address that, sir?
Rachel, I'm the only person on this stage who will say that climate is the #1 priority for me. Vice President Biden won't say it. Senator Warren won't say it. It's a state of emergency, and I would declare a state of emergency on day 1. I would use the emergency powers of the presidency. I know that we have to do this. I've spent a decade fighting and beating oil companies, stopping pipelines, stopping fossil fuel plants, ensuring clean energy across the country. I know that we have to do this. I also know that we can do this. I would make this the #1 priority of my foreign policy as well. We can do this and create literally millions of good-paying union jobs across this country.
Union jobs. Screw you, buddy.
Climate policy was led by environmental justice and members of the communities where this society has chosen to put our air and water pollution, which are low-income black and brown communities. And when we ask, how are we going to pull this country together? How about this? We take on the biggest challenge in history, we save the world, and we do it together. Do you think that would pull America together? I do.
Can you imagine the hubris on this guy? My God.
I think it is the existential threat to humanity. It's the #1 issue. And I might add, I don't really need kind of a lecture from my friend. While I was passing the first climate change bill, and that PolitiFact said was a game changer, changer, while I manage the $90 billion
What the what is again?
plan,
What?
investing more money in infrastructure that relates to clean energy than any time we've ever done it. My friend was producing more coal mines and produced more coal around the world, according to the press, than all of Great Britain produces. Now, I welcome him back into the fold here, and he's been there for a long while. But the idea that we talk about where we started and how we are, let's get this straight. I think it is the existential threat of all time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You may respond, Mr. Steyer.
Look, I came to the conclusion over 10 years ago that climate was the absolute problem of our society and was the unintended consequence of our whole country being based on fossil fuels. Everybody in this room has lived in an economy based on fossil fuels, and we all have to come to the same conclusion that I came to over a decade ago. If we're waiting for Congress to pass one of the bills, and I know everybody on this stage cares about this, but Congress has never passed an important climate bill ever. This is a problem which continues to get worse. That's why I'm saying it's a state of emergency. That's why I'm saying it's priority one. If it isn't priority one, it's not going to get done. And this is something where we absolutely have to address it up front. We have to make it the most important thing, and we can use it to rebuild and reimagine what the United States is. We can be the moral leaders of the world again while we clean up our air and water and create millions of good-paying jobs.
Senator Sanders, I'm going to ask you to jump in here.
I was also named in that.
Tom, you stated
You were.
you talked about the need to make climate change a national emergency. I've introduced legislation to just do that. Now, I disagree with the thrust of the original question, because your question has said, what are we going to do in decades? We don't have decades. What the scientists are telling us, we don't get our act together within the next 8
Yeah, according to flawed and skewed data models, we don't have decades. Shut up.
We're talking about increased drought, talking about increased extreme weather disturbances. The United Nations is telling us
And in the 1960s and 70s, the climate people were saying we're going to have an ice age and people were going to starve in the 80s and poof, turn into blue vapor. Shut up.
what we have got to do tonight, and I will do as president, is to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. And by the way, the fossil fuel industry is probably criminally liable because they have lied and lied and lied when they had the evidence that their carbon products were destroying the planet, and maybe we should think about prosecuting them as well.
These people are insane. They want to prosecute gun companies and gas companies. Oh, my God.
With Kim Jong-un getting out of the Iran nuclear deal, and at times embracing Vladimir Putin and other strongmen. So let's talk about what kind of commander-in-chief you would be. Senator Harris, North Korea is now threatening to cancel any future summits if President Trump does not make concessions on nuclear weapons. If you were commander-in-chief, would you make concessions to Kim Jong-un in order to keep those talks going?
With all due deference to the fact that this is a presidential debate, Donald Trump got punked. He was born, he has conducted foreign policy since day one, born out of a very fragile ego.
Trump is the only guy that was able to actually have a conversation with him. I didn't see any Democrat being able to talk to him. So you may say he got punked, but yet he blew all you guys completely out of the water.
As a nation, and therefore an extension of our ability to be secure, is not only that we have a vibrant military, but that when we walk in any room around the globe, we are respected because we keep to our word, we are consistent, we speak truth, and we are loyal. What Donald Trump has done, from pulling out of the Paris Agreement to pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, to consistently turning a back on people who have stood with us in difficult times, including most recently the Kurds,
Iran's still with us? What are you talking about?
The greatest threat to the national security of our nation at this moment.
But would you make concessions to North Korea to keep talks
Not at this point. There are no concessions to be made. He has traded a photo op for nothing. He has abandoned, by shutting down the operations with South Korea for the last year and a half. So those operations, which should be, and those exercises, which should be active, because they are in our best national security.
Why are they in our best national security? Why?
He has in every way compromised our ability to have any influence on slowing down or at least having a check and balance on North Korea's nuclear program.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Vice President, President Trump inherited the North Korea problem from past presidents over decades. What would a President Biden do that President Obama didn't do in 8 years?
Well, first of all, I'd go back and making sure we had the alliances we had before he became president. He has absolutely ostracized us from South Korea. He has given North Korea everything they wanted, creating the legitimacy by having a meeting with Kim Jong-un, who's a thug, although he points out that I'm a rabid dog, need to be beaten with a stick. Very recently was his comment.
Other than that, you like him.
Other than that, I like him. And uniting Japan and Australia and being a Pacific power and putting pressure on China in order for them to make sure that it is a nuclear-free peninsula. And the way we do that is we make clear to China, which I have done personally with the president of China, and that is we're going to move up our defenses. We're going to continue to make sure we increase our relationship with South Korea. And if they view that as a threat, it's an easy thing to respond to. They, can put pressure on North Korea. But the fact is that we're in a position where he has done this across the world.
But that pressure has not worked in the past. South Korea has not been able to influence North Korea ever. It hasn't happened. This is just nonsensical babbling.
And so this guy has no idea what he's doing. He has no notion how to go about it. And we need a commander-in-chief. When he stands, everybody knows what he or she is talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. 2 more U.S. soldiers were killed today in Afghanistan, tragically, in America's longest war. Senator Sanders, you've long said you want to bring the troops back home from Afghanistan. Would you cut a deal with the Taliban to end the war, even if it means the collapse of the Afghan government that America has long supported?
Well, let me just say this. One of the big differences between the Vice President and myself is he supported the terrible war in Iraq, and I helped lead the opposition against it. And not only that, I voted against the very first Gulf War as well. And I think we need a foreign policy which understands who our enemies are, that we don't have to spend more money on the military than the next 10 nations combined. But to answer your question, yeah, I think it is time, after spending many trillions of dollars on these endless wars, which have resulted in more dislocation and mass migrations and pain in that region, it is time to bring our troops home. But unlike Trump, I will not do it through a tweet at 3 o'clock in the morning. I will do it working with the international community. And if it's necessary to negotiate with the Taliban, of course, we will do that. But at the end of the day, we have to rethink the entire war on terror.
So you can't negotiate with North Korea because he's a thug. You can't talk to Russia because they're Russia. But the Taliban, freaking terrorists that killed us, they're okay to talk to. Screw you, Byrne.
First call with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
It's a fun moment. Well, first I'd say I'm sorry I beat your guy. Or not sorry.
Not sorry.
And second, I would say the days of meddling in American elections are over, and we will take any undermining of our democratic processes as an act of hostility and aggression. The American people would back me on this. We know that they've found an underbelly and they've been clawing at it, and it's made it so that we can't even trust our own democracy. The third thing I would say is that we're going to live up to our international commitments. We're going to recommit to our partnerships and alliances, including NATO. And it was James Mattis that said that the more you invest in diplomats and diplomacy, the less you have to spend on ammunition. That has to be the path forward to help build an international consensus, not just against Russia, but also to build a coalition that will help us put pressure on China in terms of their treatment of their ethnic minorities and what's going on in Hong Kong. I want to propose a new world data organization, like a WTO for data, because right now, unfortunately, we're living in a world where data is the new oil and we don't have our arms around it. These are the ways that we'll actually get Russia to the table and make it so they have to join the international community and stop resisting appeals to the world order.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Rachel?
On the issue of China, Senator Booker, China is now using force against demonstrators in Hong Kong, where millions have taken to the streets advocating for democratic reforms. Many of the demonstrators are asking the United States for help. If you were president, would the U.S. help their movement, and how?
Well, first of all, this is a president who seems to want to go up against China in a trade war by pulling away from our allies and, in fact, attacking them as well. We use a national security waiver to put tariffs on Canada. And so at the very time that China is breaking international rules, is practicing unfair practices, stealing technology, forcing technology transfer, and violating human rights, this nation is pulling away from critical allies we would need to show strength against China. There's a larger battle going on the planet Earth right now between totalitarian dictatorial countries and free democracies. And we see the scorecard under this president not looking so good, with China actually shifting more towards an authoritarian government, with its leader now getting rid of even getting rid of term limits.
That was happening for the longest time, even under Obama and George W. Bush. So what is he even talking about?
That's led by American values. So yes, we will call China out for its human rights violations. But not only that, we will stop engaging in things that violate American rights, because it is a human rights violation when people at our border, children are thrown in cages. It's a human rights violations without coming to the United States.
They are not thrown in cages. That happened under Obama. Why didn't you tell anything to Obama and Biden? You got him right there. Ask him. Ask him.
It is about time that this country is led by someone who will say the values of freedom and democracy are what we are going to lead with, and begin to check China, check Putin, and the other folks that are trying to undermine American values and democratic values around the globe.
Thank you, Senator. Andrea.
Mr. Vice President, the CIA has concluded that the leader of Saudi Arabia directed the murder of U.S.-based journalist Jamal Khashoggi. The State Department also says the Saudi government is responsible for executing nonviolent offenders and for torture. President Trump has not punished senior Saudi leaders. Would you?
Yes, and I said it at the time. Khashoggi was, in fact, murdered and dismembered, and I believe in the order of the Crown Prince. And I would make it very clear, we were not going to, in fact, sell more weapons to them. We were going to, in fact,
But we shouldn't be the world police, right, Democrats?
in fact, the pariah that they are. There's very little social redeeming value in the present government in Saudi Arabia. And I would also, as pointed out, I would end the subsidies that we have, end the sale of material to the Saudis, who they're going in and murdering children, and they're murdering innocent people. And so they have to be held accountable. And with regard to China, we should look, unless we make it clear that we stand for human rights, we should be going to the United Nations seeking condemnation of China, what they're doing with 1 million Uyghurs that are there essentially in concentration camps in the West. We should be vocally speaking out about the violation of the commitment they made to Hong Kong. We have to speak out and speak loudly about violations of human rights.
Senator Klobuchar, just to follow up, would you go against the Saudis, even though that would potentially help Iran, their adversaries?
we need a new foreign policy in this country, and that means renewing our relationships with our allies. It means rejoining international agreements, and it means reasserting our American values. And so when the president did not stand up the way he should have to that killing and that dismemberment of a journalist with an American newspaper, that sent a signal to all dictators across the country, that across the world, that was okay, and that's wrong. And I want to add a few things to it.
Yeah, but when Trump bombed an air base in Saudi Arabia, they condemned him for doing that. So you guys have to make up your minds. You either it's bad for him to act or it's bad for him to not act.
Even though they were cheating for the good of this world. And we must also start the negotiations for the New START treaty. And when it comes to China, we need someone that sees the long term, like I do, just like the Chinese do, because we have a president that literally makes decisions based on his next tweet, and they are in it for the long game.
Senator Sanders?
I think I may have been the first person up here to make it clear that Saudi Arabia not only murdered Khashoggi, but this is a brutal dictatorship which does everything it can to crush democracy, treats women as third-class citizens. And when we rethink our American foreign policy, what we have got to know is that Saudi Arabia is not a reliable ally. We have got to bring Iran and Saudi Arabia together in a room under American leadership and say we are sick and tired of us spending huge amounts of money and human resources because of your conflicts. And by the way, the same thing goes with Israel.
You're right, friend. My mistake. That was a Syrian base, not a Saudi base. But, I mean, the principle still applies, though. If he acts in one way, he's bad. If he doesn't act, he's bad. They can't have it both ways.
What is going on in Gaza right now, where youth unemployment is 70 or 80%, is unsustainable. So we need to be rethinking who our allies are around the world, work with the United Nations, and not continue to support brutal dictatorships.
Thank you, Senator. Rachel.
Senator Warren, only about 1% of Americans serve in the United States military right now. Should that number be higher?
Yes, I think it should be. You know, all three of my brothers served in the military. One was career military. The other two also served. I think it's an important part of who we are as Americans. And I think the notion of shared service is important. It's how we help bring our nation together. It's how people learn.
It's how you brainwash people, too.
Different regions, people who grew up differently. It's also about how families share that sacrifice. I remember what it was like when I was a little girl. My brother, my oldest brother, who served 5.5 years off and on in combat in Vietnam, and what it was like for my mother every day to check the mailbox. Had we heard from Don Reed? How's he doing? And if there was a letter, she was brighter than the day. And if it wasn't, she'd say, well, maybe tomorrow. This is about building for our entire nation, and I believe we should do that. I also believe we should have other service opportunities in this country. So, for example, what I want to do is for our federal lands, I want to bring in 10,000 people who want to be able to serve in our federal lands, to be able to help rebuild our national forests and national parks as a way to express both their public service and their commitment to fighting back against climate change. We can do this as a nation.
Thank you, Senator. In President Trump's first 2 years in office, the Pentagon budget ballooned. Mayor Buttigieg, would you cut military spending or would you keep it on the same upward trajectory?
We need to reprioritize our budget as a whole and our military spending in particular. It's not just how much, although we certainly need to look at the runaway growth in military spending. It's also where. Right now, we are spending a fraction of the intention and resources on things like the artificial intelligence research that China is doing right now. If we fall behind on artificial intelligence, intelligence. The most expensive ships that the United States is building just turn into bigger targets. We do not have a 21st century security strategy coming from this president. After all, he's relying on 17th century security technologies like a moat full of alligators or a big wall. There is no concept of strategic planning for how civilian, diplomatic, and military security work needs to take place for the future.
Can I respond?
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you.
Could I respond on this?
Coming up, we will have much more from the candidates. We're going to take a quick break. Just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay. Wow. So basically, this whole yeah, Booker was sig-hailing. That's right. So this whole thing, and this basically the thing that I am picking up from this entire section of the debate is the amount of hubris that the Democrats have and the amount of freaking hypocrisy that the Democrats have. They will flip on a dime in the same soliloquy that they spew. On one side they complain about one thing, and then on the other side they complain if there is no action. This is nonsensical. There are moments to act, there are moments to not act. You cannot condemn someone continuously for acting or non-acting, because you have to look at the situations that you have before you. Another thing that is stupid is thinking that bringing more people into service for your country will automatically be a net positive. First of all, a lot of countries have gotten rid of conscription. They've gotten rid of mandatory military service, mostly because if you have people in your military that are not motivated to be there, they don't want to be there, they're forced to do something, they're not going to put their all into it. What needs to happen, actually, if you want more people to serve in the military, yeah, the draft is completely out of favor. Drafting is not gonna fly with anybody at all. And the way you get people to be more patriotic is you do the opposite of what the Democrats and the left and the social justice warriors and in academia, what they've been doing since the 1960s. Since Vietnam, what's been happening in the United States is you have a constant knocking down of American values. You have a constant knocking down of American exceptionalism. You have revisionist history saying that our country is inherently evil, immoral, bad. These people on the left have been doing nothing but kicking the American this concept of America down into the dirt. And they've been grinding at this and grinding at this. And now, all of a sudden, they want to shift. They want to say, oh no, we want American values, but just the ones that we want. It doesn't work that way. The beauty of America, you know, and this is kind of a sad thing to even think about when you think about it, because when 9/11 happened, there was this overwhelming flourishing and this swell of patriotism that came up. And it was because we all were united in a common goal. It wasn't about whether you believe something was right or wrong, left or right, conservative or liberal. And that is what brings people together. Unfortunately, in that case, it was a tragedy. But you don't have to always have a tragedy to do that. But we're back here, so let's bring the volume back up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 5th Democratic debate. Let's move now to the issue of race in America. FBI Director Christopher Wray recently told Congress, quote, "The majority of the domestic terrorism cases that we've investigated are motivated by white supremacist violence." Congresswoman Gabbard, to you, as president, would you direct the federal government to do something about this problem that it is not currently doing?
Yes, I would. We have seen for far too long the kind of racial bigotry, divisiveness, and attacks that have unfortunately taken the lives of our fellow Americans. Leadership starts at the top. It's important that we set the record straight and correct the racial injustices that exist in a very institutional way in our country, beginning with things that...
There's no such thing as institutional racism in America today. That's ridiculous.
The failed war on drugs that has been continuing to be waged in this country has disproportionately impacted people of color and people in poverty. This is something that I'll do as President and Commander-in-Chief, is to overhaul our criminal justice system, working in a bipartisan way to do things like end the failed war on drugs, end the money bail system, enact the kinds of prison reforms and sentencing reforms that we need to see that will correct the failures of the past. The most important thing here is that we recognize that we have to treat each other with respect, all of us as fellow Americans, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, gender, orientation, and our politics. That kind of leadership starts at the top. As president, I will usher in a 21st century White House that actually represents the interests of all Americans first and foremost.
Congresswoman Gabbard, thank you for that. Mr. Yang, what would you do about the issue of white supremacist violence?
Well, first we have to designate white supremacist terrorism as domestic terrorism so that the Department of Justice can properly measure it. I talked to an anti-hate activist named Christian Picciolini who told me about how he was radicalized over a 10-year period. He said he was a lonely 14-year-old and that he was reached out to by a hate group and he wound up joining it for a decade. Now he's out and he's helping convert people out of those hate groups and back into the rest of society. But what he told me was that if anyone had reached out to him when he was that hurt, broken 14-year-old boy, he would have gone with them. He said if it had been a coach, I would have gone with him. If it had been a mentor or teacher, I would have gone with them. But instead, it was a hate group.
Where were this kid's parents?
And create paths forward for men in particular who right now are falling through the cracks. And when you look at gun violence in this country, 96+% of the shooters we're talking about are young boys and young men. We have to, as a country, start finding ways to turn our boys into healthy, strong young men who do not hate, but instead feel like they have paths forward.
There's actually an easy way to do that. Have fathers in the home. That's how you do that.
Has forced a cultural reckoning around the issue of sexual violence and harassment against women in America. Are there specific actions that you would take early in your administration to address this problem?
Yes, and by the way, it's one of the reasons, the first thing I would do is make sure we pass the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization, which I wrote. The fact, I didn't write the reauthorization, I wrote the original act. The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how...
Are they seriously asking Mr. Sniffs a lot here and Fondles a lot a question about this sort of thing about, women? Really?
Campuses to say it's on us. It's everyone's responsibility. We do not spend nearly enough time dealing with... I was stunned when I did a virtual town meeting that told me 30,000 people were on the call, young people between 15 and 25, and found out, I said, what do you need to make you safer on college campuses and on your schools? You know what they said? Get men involved. Engage the rest of the community. And that's when we started this movement on the college campuses to fundamentally change the culture. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change.
It's not as rare as you think, Buttercup.
punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. It will be a big, no, I really mean it. It's a gigantic issue, and we have to make it clear from the top.
Is nobody going to talk about him sniffing and fondling girls over this?
We will not tolerate this culture.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Senator Harris, this week you criticized Mayor Pete Buttigieg's outreach to African-American voters. You said, quote, the Democratic nominee has got to be someone who has the experience of connecting with all of who we are as the diversity of the American people, end quote. What exactly prompted you to say that, Senator Harris?
Well, that was asked a question that related to a stock photograph that his campaign published. But listen, I think that it really speaks to a larger issue, and I'll speak to the larger issue. I believe that the mayor has made apologies for that. The larger issue is that for too long, I think, candidates have taken for granted constituencies that have been the backbone of the Democratic Party and have overlooked those constituencies. And they show up when it's, close to election time and show up in a black church and want to get the vote, but just haven't been there before. I mean, there are plenty of people who applauded black women for the success of the 2018 election, applauded black women for the election of a senator from Alabama. But at some point, folks get tired of just saying, thank me for showing up, and say, well, show up for me. Because when black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth in America, when the sons of black women will die because of gun violence more than any other cause of death,
in democratically controlled cities,
on the dollar as compared to all women who tragically make it.
Wage gap does not exist, so you're lying.
It has to be, where you been, and what are you going to do? And do you understand who the people are?
And not providing a clear answer at all. You're just rambling on and on.
Because I believe that we have to have leadership in this country who has worked with and have the experience of working with all folks. And we've got to recreate the Obama coalition to win. And that means about women, that's people of color, that's our LGBTQ community, that's working people, that's our labor union.
The Obama coalition was a joke. It is not something you'll be able to recreate again because you collectively guilted people into voting for a colossal asshole.
I welcome the challenge of connecting with black voters in America who don't yet know me. And before I share what's in my plans, let me talk about what's in my heart and why this is so important. As mayor of a city that is racially diverse and largely low income, for 8 years, I have lived and breathed the successes and struggles of a community where far too many people live with the consequences of racial inequity that has built up over centuries but been compounded by policies and decisions from within living memory. I care about this because my faith teaches me that salvation has to do with how I make myself useful to those who have been excluded, marginalized, and cast aside and oppressed in society. And I care about this because while I do not have the experience of ever having been discriminated against because of the color of my skin, I do have the experience of sometimes feeling like a stranger in my own country, turning on the news and seeing my own rights come up for debate, and seeing my rights expanded by a coalition of people like me and people not at all like me.
Your rights have not been taken away or debated. You people are making rights up that do not exist.
Ago lets me know just how deep my obligation is to help those whose rights are on the line every day, even if they are nothing like me in their experience.
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you very much. Senator Harris, quick response.
Look, there's a lot at stake in this election. And I've said it many times, I think justice is on the ballot in 2020. And it's about economic justice. It's about justice for children. It's about justice for our teachers. I could go on down the list. And so the issue really is not what is the fight. The issue has to be how we going to win. And to win, we have to build a coalition and rebuild the Obama coalition. I keep referring to that because that's the last time we won. And the way that election looked and what that
And that's not going to happen again.
Having a leader who had worked in many communities, knows those communities, and has the ability to bring people together. And everyone is going to have to be judged on their experience and therefore ability to bring folks together around our commonalities, of which I believe there are many.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Warren, quickly.
So I think it is really important that we actually talk about what we're willing to get in the fight for. And I just want to give one example around this. Senator Harris rightly raised the question of economic justice. Let me give a specific example, and that is student loan debt. Right now in America, African Americans are more likely to borrow money to go to college, borrow more money while they're in college, and have a harder time paying that debt off after they get out. Today in America, a new study came out, 20 years out, whites who borrowed money, 94% of them have paid off their student loan debt, 5% of African Americans have paid it off. I believe that means everyone on this stage should be embracing student loan debt forgiveness. It will help close the black-white wealth gap. Let's do something tangible and real to make change in this country.
Senator Warren, thank you. Ashley.
Senator Warren, back to you. You've said that the border wall that President Trump has proposed is, quote, a monument to hate and division. Would you ask taxpayers to pay to take down any part of the wall on the nation's southern border?
So, if there are parts of the wall that are not useful in our defense, of course we should do it. The real point here is that we need to stop this man-made crisis at the border. Trump is the one who has created this crisis.
Actually, no, the Democrats created the crisis. It was already there, and you guys exasperated it.
Even further in Central America. He has withdrawn aid. That means that families have to flee for their lives, have to flee for any economic opportunity. You know, when I found out that our government was actually taking away children from their families, I went down to the border.
Oh, shut up, please. Obama did that, and you did jack. Where were you during the Obama administration? Where were you?
Cages of women, cages of men, and cages of little girls and little boys. I spoke to a woman who was in the cage of nursing mothers, and she told me she'd given a drink to a police officer, and that the word had come down from the gangs that she was helping the police. She knew what that meant. She wrapped up her baby and she ran for the border. We need to treat the people who come here with dignity and with respect. A great nation does not separate.
I don't believe any of these stories. I need corroborating evidence. Anecdotal crap means nothing to me, lady.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Booker, a quick response.
Look, I want to be quick on this because I'd like to get back to something that wasn't included in is
so would we all.
Absolutely, if this is not effective, we see people cutting holes in his wall, what he brags about is just wrong. We need to have policies that respect dignity, keep us safe and strong. I wanted to return back to this issue of black voters. I have a lifetime of experience with black voters. I've been one since I was 18. Nobody on this stage should need a focus group to hear from African-American voters. Black voters are pissed off, and they're worried. They're pissed off because the only time our issues seem to be really paid attention to by politicians is when people are looking for their vote. And they're worried because the Democratic Party, we don't want to see people miss this opportunity and lose because we are nominating someone that isn't trusted, doesn't have authentic connection. And so that's what's on the ballot, and issues do matter. I have a lot of respect for the vice president. He has sworn me into my office as a hero. This week I hear him literally say that I don't think we should legalize marijuana. I thought you might have been high when you said it. and let me tell you, because marijuana in our country is already legal for privileged people. And the war on drugs has been a war on...
No, it's not. And the war on drugs was initiated by black community leaders because cocaine was going out of control in their communities.
Slaves since 1850 do not roll up into communities and not talk directly to issues that are going to relate to the liberation of children, because there are people in Congress right now that admit to smoking marijuana, while there are people, our kids are in jail right now for those drug crimes. And so these are the kind of issues that mean a lot to our community. And if we don't have somebody authentically, we lost the last election. Let me just give you this data example. We lost in Wisconsin because of a massive diminution, a lot of reasons, but there was a massive diminution in the African-American vote. We need to have someone that can inspire, as Kamala said, to inspire African-Americans to the polls at record numbers.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Vice President Biden, you can respond to that.
I'll be very brief. Number one, I think we should decriminalize marijuana, period. And I think anyone who has a record should be let out of jail, their records expunged, it be completely zeroed out. But I do think it makes sense, based on data, that we should study what the long-term effects are for the use of marijuana. That's all it is. Number one, everybody gets out, record expunged. Secondly, I'm part of that Obama coalition. I come out of the black community in terms of my support. If you notice, I have more people supporting me in the black community that have announced for me because they know me. They know who I am. 3 former chairs of the Black Caucus, the only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate, a whole range of people.
No,
my point is,
that's not true. The other one is here.
I said the first. I said the first African-American elected. First African-American. So my point is that one of the reasons I was picked to be vice president was because of my relationship, long-standing relationship with the black community. I was part of that coalition.
Thank you. Krista?
And we do have to take another quick break, but we are going to hear much more from the candidates when we come right back. Here.
Wow. So basically what Booker, Cory Booker was saying is that only blacks should be given the vote by the black community. Yeah. That's not racist at all, right? I kind of like when Biden talks, he just drones so much. I kind of lost track, so I completely missed what exactly happened there. I guess he misspoke like he usually does. He always puts his foot in his mouth. That's why I used to call him Joe. Put my foot in my mouth, Biden. So it's ridiculous, you know. This, but I mean, they can infight all they want. But the thing is, you know. The fact that this guy, that Booker is saying that black people should only vote for black people, essentially, and then you got Biden saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna, get everybody out who smokes weed. We're gonna give weed to everybody." It's stupid. It's just stupid. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. It is stupid. Well, hey, Spook can come on here if he wants. Hold on. No, hold on. There we go. Sorry, I'm just paying attention to chat, so I'm a little quiet right now. I don't know. This whole thing, this racial pandering is something that I've always found very disturbing about politics in general, but specifically, it's been something that it's bothering me quite a lot about the Democrats, because they do it incredibly, like, it's incredible the amount of pandering that they do. And I know pandering happens in politics with everybody, don't get me wrong. But the fact that the Democrats feel like they have this entitlement to the black vote and to the Latino vote and stuff like that, it's kind of shocking to me in a way. Because it shows a complete disregard and disrespect towards these people. It really does. I mean, if a politician came to me and pandered to me so much, I'd be insulted, frankly. So I can't believe, I'm kind of surprised that those communities have supported the Democrat Party for so long. It surprises me a great deal. Mom Patch, you're absolutely correct. Dems pander to minorities, gays, women, and they are shameless. They are shameless. And they protect each other. That's the problem. They've been able to get away with it because they protect each other and the media protects them. So even when someone like Hillary Clinton says something like, I got hot sauce in my purse and calls blacks super predators, or AOC changes her accent, everybody protects her. But here we go, we're back.
Democratic candidates debate. Many states, including right here where we are tonight in Georgia, have passed laws that severely limit or outright ban abortion. Right now, Roe versus Wade protects a woman's right to abortion nationwide. But if Roe gets overturned and abortion
it's not a right
in some states, would you intervene as president to try to bring that access back? Senator Klobuchar.
Well, of course. We should codify Roe v. Wade into law. That is what we should do. And this president indicated early on what he was going to do, and he's done it. When he was running for office, he literally said women should go to jail. Then he dialed it back and said doctors should go to jail. So no surprise that we're seeing these kinds of laws in Georgia and Alabama, where his allies are passing these bills. And what we have to remember is that the people are with us. And I predict this will be a big issue in the general election. And I just can't wait to stand across from Donald Trump and say this to him. You know what? The people are with us. Over 70% of the people support Roe v. Wade.
Incorrect. Actually, people support abortion less and less and less.
Sure that women can get the health care they need. He is off the track on this, and he will hear from the women of America, and this is how we're going to win this election.
Just this weekend, Louisiana reelected a Democratic governor, John Bel Edwards. He has signed one of the country's toughest laws restricting abortion. Is there room in the Democratic Party for someone like him, someone who can win in a deep red state, but who does not support abortion rights? Senator Warren.
Look, I believe that abortion rights are human rights. I believe that they are also economic rights. And protecting the right of a woman to be able to make decisions about her own body is fundamentally what
it is not her body. You are killing the body of an infant. It is not her body. I hate when people use that dumbass argument.
Rich women will still get abortions. It's just going to fall hard on poor women. It's going to fall hard on girls, women who don't even know that they're pregnant because they have been molested by an uncle. I want to be in America where everybody has a chance. And I know
those cases are a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
To that decision. A woman should be able to call on her mother. She should be able to call on her partner. She should be able to call on her priest or her rabbi. But the one entity that should not be in the middle of that decision is the government.
Senator Warren, I need to push you on this a little bit for a specific answer to the question. Governor John Bel Edwards in Louisiana is an anti-abortion governor who has signed abortion restrictions in Louisiana. Is there room for him in the Democratic Party with those politics?
I have made clear what I think the Democratic Party stands for. I'm not here to try to drive anyone out of this party. I'm not here to try to build fences. But I am here to say this is what I will fight for as President of the United States. The women of America can count on me.
Senator Warren, thank you. Senator Sanders, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Amy mentioned that women feel strongly on it. Well, let me just tell you that if there's ever a time in American history where the men of this country must stand with the women, this is the moment.
No. Men and women should stand for the rights of the infant.
Get the government off our backs. We want small government. Well, if you want to get the government out of the backs of the American people, then understand that it is women who control their own bodies, not politicians.
Senator Sanders, thank you. Senator Booker.
This is a voting issue. This is a voter suppression issue. Right here in this great state of Georgia, it was the voter suppression, particularly of African-American communities.
There was no voter suppression, you jackass.
Right now. Yes. And that is undemocratic means, when you suppress people's votes to get elected, those are the very people you're going to come after when you're in office. And this bill, opposed by over 70%, the heartbeat bill here, opposed by over 70% of Georgians, is the result from voter suppression. This gets back to the issue about
it's not voter suppression, but I find it funny that, you know, over 70% of Americans didn't want Obamacare, yet you guys didn't have a problem passing it.
Voters, and particularly in the black community like we saw here in Georgia.
Senator Booker, thank you. And to that point, individual states, as you all know, set their own rules for voting and for elections. Depending on where you live, you may be required to show ID or not. You might have a lot of days for early voting, or fewer days, or none. You might have a polling place in walking distance, or you might have to drive or take a bus to the edge of town. With that in mind, our next question comes from Jenna in Maryland, who asks, what will you do at the executive level to ensure that every American has equal access to the ballot box? Mayor Buttigieg.
Well, we need federal leadership to establish voting rights for the 21st century, because this affects every other issue that we care about. Now, the House of Representatives passed a pro-democracy, anti-corruption bill.
Rights. No practical real solutions.
United States Senate. We know that with the White House in the right hands, we can make, for example, election days a federal holiday. We can use carrots and sticks to induce states to do the right thing with automatic voter registration, same-day voter registration, making it easier for people to vote, and, in particular, recognizing that we cannot allow the kind of racially motivated or partisan voter suppression or gerrymandering that often dictates the outcome of election.
That the Democrats have been doing for frickin' years.
Have politicians picking out their voters rather than the other way around. That, compounding with what is being done to restrict the right to vote, means that our democracy is not worthy of the name. While these process issues are not always fashionable, we must act to reform our democracy itself, including when it comes to choosing our president.
Yeah, except for voter ID. Let's not do voter ID.
Person who got the most votes.
I agree with what the mayor has just said, but this is a good example where he has said the right words, but I actually have the experience and am leading 11 of the bills that are in that House-passed bill you just referred to. And I think this kind of experience matters. I have been devoted to this from the time that I've got to the Senate. And I think having that experience, knowing how you can get things done, leading the bills to take the social media companies to task, a bipartisan bill to say, yeah, you have to say where these ads come from and how they're paid for, and stop the unbelievable practice where we still have 11 states that don't have backup paper ballots. That is my bipartisan bill, and I am so close to getting it done. And the way I get it done is if I'm president. But just like I have won statewide, and Mayor, I have all appreciation for your good work as a local official, and you did not when you tried, I also have actually done this work. I think experience should matter.
Mayor Buttigieg, I'll let you respond to that.
So first of all, Washington experience is not the only experience that matters. There's more than 100 years of Washington experience on this stage, and where are we right now as a country? I have the experience of bringing people together to get something done. I have the experience of being commanded into a war zone by an American president. I have the experience of knowing what is at stake as the decisions made in those big white buildings come into our lives, our homes, our families, our workplaces, and our marriages. And I would submit that this is the kind of experience we need, not just to go to Washington, but to change it before it is too late.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Congresswoman Gabbard, on the original question of voting rights, please.
I mean, voting rights are essential for our democracy. Securing our elections is essential for our democracy. I've introduced legislation called the Securing America's Elections Act that mandates paper ballots to make sure that every single voter's voice is heard. But I want to get back to Pete Buttigieg and his comment about experience. Pete, you'll agree that the service that we both have provided to our country as veterans by itself does not qualify us to serve as commander-in-chief. I think the most recent example of your inexperience in national security and foreign policy came from your recent careless statement about how you as president would be willing to send our troops to Mexico to fight the cartels. as Commander-in-Chief, leader of our armed forces, I bring extensive experience serving for 7 years in Congress, on the Foreign Affairs Committee, on the Armed Services Committee, on the Homeland Security Committee, meeting with leaders of countries around the world, working with military commanders of different commands, dealing with high-level national security briefings, understanding what's necessary, the preparation that I've gotten to walk in on day one to serve as Commander-in-Chief.
Congresswoman, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll allow you to respond.
I know that it's par for the course in Washington to take remarks out of context, but that is outlandish even by the standards of today's politics.
Are you saying that you didn't say that?
I was talking about U.S.-Mexico cooperation. We've been doing security cooperation with Mexico for years, with law enforcement cooperation and a military relationship that could continue to be developed with training relationships, for example. Do you seriously think anybody on this stage is proposing invading Mexico?
That's not what I said.
I'm talking about building up alliances. And if your question is about experience, let's also talk about judgment. One of the foreign leaders you mentioned meeting was Bashar al-Assad. I have, in my experience, such as it is, whether you think it counts or not, since it wasn't accumulated in Washington, enough judgment that I would not have sat down with a murderous dictator like that.
Congresswoman Gabbard, let me allow you to respond.
Thank you. You were asked directly whether you would send our troops to Mexico to fight cartels, and your answer was yes. The fact checkers can check this out. No. But your point about judgment is absolutely correct. Our Commander-in-Chief does need to have good judgment. And what you've just pointed out is that you would lack the courage to meet with both adversaries and friends to ensure the peace and national security of our nation. I take the example of those leaders who have come before us, leaders like JFK, who met with Khrushchev. Like
okay, Tulsi did just spank him.
Stalin.
Like Donald Trump,
Reagan, who met and worked with Gorbachev. These issues of national security are incredibly important. I will meet with and do what is necessary to make sure that no more of our brothers and sisters in uniform are needlessly sent into harm's way fighting regime change wars that undermine our national security. I'll bring real leadership and experience to the White House.
I've got to respond.
Senator Sanders, I'm going to have a
original point. The American people understand that the political system we have today is corrupt. And it is not just voter suppression, which cost the Democratic Party a governorship here in this state, not just denying black people and people of color the right to vote, but we also have a system through Citizens United, which allows billionaires to buy elections. So what we need to do, simple and straightforward, in every state in this country through the federal government, if you are 18, you have a right to vote. End of discussion. We have to overturn Citizens United. We need to move toward...
I still don't know what they're talking about this whole 18 thing, because to my knowledge, once you turn 18, you can vote in the United States. What are they talking about? Am I missing some information here?
I don't mean to change the subject, but I think it's sort of important that the Democratic Party not only beat Donald Trump in 2020, but have a sweeping victory across the country. And what that's going to mean is turnout. In the United States of America, the Democrats...
One guy applauded.
...swayed a few people who are Republicans to like us, when up to half the people don't vote at all because they think neither party tells the truth. No one deals with my issues. The system is broken. Why would we vote? But what we've found at Next Gen America is that is the start of a conversation about why votes are so important. And if you look at 2018 and flipping the House, what really happened was Democratic voting went up by 3/4. In the 38 congressional districts where Next Gen America was turning out young people, the turnout went up by more than 100%, more than double. So for us to
How can the turnout be more than 100%?
For whoever's the candidate candidate to have a Senate that's Democratic, for us to have the sweeping victory that we absolutely are going to have next year. It's a turnout question. We're going to have to tell the truth, and we're going to have to organize across this country.
Thank you very much. It is time, at this point, it is well past time, if I'm honest, to start closing statements. And we are going to start tonight with Senator Booker. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rachel. It's an honor to be here tonight. I have not yet qualified for the December stage and need your help to do that. If you believe in my voice and that I should be up here, please go to CoreyBooker.com. Please help. I had a closing statement prepared, but I saw in the audience during the break a man named John Lewis. And perhaps it's interesting and important for me to mention why I'm so grateful to him. I've been calling in this whole election for our need to fight and fight the right way by bringing people together to create transformative change, not just beat Donald Trump. That's the floor. We need to go to the ceiling. We need to go to the mountaintop. I am literally here on this stage right now because 50 years ago, there was a lawyer on a couch who changed his life, changed his mind to get up and start representing families, one of them mine, who were discriminated against. The house I grew up in is because of that lawyer's activity. When I asked him why he did what he did, he told me that on March 7th, 1965, he was watching a movie called Judgment at Nuremberg on TV, and they interrupted that movie to show a bridge in Alabama called the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And there he saw John Lewis and other marchers who were beaten viciously by Alabama state troopers. We all owe a debt that we cannot repay. We all drink deeply from wells of freedom and liberty that we did not dig. This is the moment in America where we need a leader that can inspire us to get up and fight again. That we have truly a moral moment in America like it was back in 1965. If you give me a chance to lead, I will cause what John Lewis says is good trouble. I will challenge us. I will ask more from you than any other president has ever asked before because we need to mobilize a new American movement. Keep me on this stage. Keep me on this race. It is time we fight and fight together. Please go to CoreyBooker.com.
Senator Booker, thank you very much.
Mr. Steyer, your closing statement.
Last time I was on this stage, I started by saying that everybody here is more patriotic and more competent than the criminal in the White House. And I stand by that statement. But I'm different from everybody else on this stage. I know that the government in Washington, D.C. is broken. I know that it's been purchased by corporations. And I've spent a decade putting together coalitions of ordinary American citizens to beat those corporations. I'm the only one on this stage who's willing to talk about structural change in Washington itself, term limits. That if we're going to make bold changes, we're going to need new and different people in charge. I'm the only person on this stage who spent decades building an international business. Whoever of us is the Democratic nominee is going to have to face Mr. Trump or the Republican and talk about the economy, talk about growth, understand that we can make Mr. Trump what he is, a fraud and a failure on the economy, which is his strong point. I'm the only person on this stage who will say that climate is my first priority, that it's our biggest challenge, but it's our biggest opportunity to recreate this country. If you want to beat Mr. Trump, if you want to break the corporate stranglehold on this government, if you want to pass all of the progressive policies that everyone on this stage wants, I'm the person who can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
I have spent a decade trusting the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
I'm asking you to trust me.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Gabbard, go ahead.
My personal commitment to you, to all of my fellow Americans, is to treat you with respect and compassion, something that we in Hawaii call aloha. Every single person deserves to be treated with respect, regardless of race, religion, or gender, or even your politics. Inclusion, unity, respect, aloha, these will be the operating principles for my administration. Now, Dr. Martin Luther King visited Hawaii first back in 1959, where he expressed his appreciation for what we call the aloha spirit. He said, "We look to you for inspiration as a bold example for what you have already succeeded in the areas of racial harmony and racial justice where we are still struggling to achieve in other sections of the country." He later went on to say, as I looked out at the various faces in various colors mingled together like the waters of the sea, I see only one face, the face of the future. Working side by side, let's defeat the divisiveness of Donald Trump. Come together and usher in a 21st century of racial harmony, of racial justice, peace, inclusion, and true equality. Working side by side, let's make Dr. King's dream our reality.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Mr. Yang, your turn.
I'm here with my wife, Evelyn, tonight. We have two young boys, Christopher and Damien. How many of you all are parents like us here in the room? So if you're a parent, you've had this thought, maybe you've been afraid to express it, and it is this: our kids are not all right. They're not all right because we're leaving them a future that is far darker than the lives that we have led as their parents. We are going through the greatest economic transformation in our country's history, the fourth industrial revolution, and it is pushing more and more of our people to the side. We talk as if Donald Trump is the cause of all of our problems. He is not. He is a symptom, and we need to cure the disease. Now, my first move was not to run for President of the United States, because I am not insane. My first move was to go to D.C., talk to our leaders, and say, technology is ripping us apart, immigrants are being scapegoated, our kids are being left behind, and the American dream that my parents came here to find is dying before our eyes. And the people in Washington, D.C. had nothing for this. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to talk about an issue they don't think they have a solution for. I'm not running for president because I fantasized about being president. I'm running for president because, like many of you here in this room tonight, I'm a parent and a patriot, and I have seen the future that we're leaving for our kids, and it is not something I'm willing to accept. We need to create a new way forward for our people. If you want to join us in rewriting the rules of the 21st century economy, go to yang2020.com and make it so that we can look our kids in the eyes and say to them, and believe it, your country loves you, your country values you, and you will be all right.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Senator Klobuchar.
The nation was riveted this week by the testimony in Washington. And one of the people we heard from yesterday was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. And what he said was this: he spoke to his immigrant father, and he said, in this country, you can tell the truth, and it's going to be fine. It reminded me of Army counsel years and years ago in the McCarthy hearing, someone from Iowa, actually, Mr. Welch, who said, have you no sense of decency, sir? I want us to remember that this election is, yes, an economic check on this president. And I have bold ideas that we can do to go forward as a country to make college more affordable and bring down the cost of health care, yes. But this is also a patriotism check, a value check, a decency check. And when you look at the people that turned out in Kentucky and turned out in Virginia, people turned out that didn't vote in 2016. African Americans are turning out like we didn't see before. But we also, and they must be with us, and we must get our fired up Democratic base with us. But we also, let's get those independents and moderate Republicans who cannot stomach this guy anymore. This is how we build a coalition. So we don't just beat Donald Trump. We bring the U.S. Senate to some sense. We send Mitch McConnell packing. This is how we win. So if you want to join us, and remember that this won't be for me a personal victory, it'll be a national victory of someone that wins in red districts and suburban purple districts and bright blue districts every single time. If you want to join us, and if you believe that our work doesn't end on Election Day but begins on Inauguration Day, join us. AmyKlobuchar.com.
Senator Klobuchar, thank you.
Senator Harris.
So we're in a fight. This is a fight for our rule of law, for our democracy, and for our system of justice. And it's a fight we need to win. And to fight this fight, I believe we have to have the ability to not only have a nominee who can go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, and I have taken on Jeff Sessions, I have taken on Bill Barr, I have taken on Brett Kavanaugh. I know I have the ability to do that. We also need someone who can unify the party and the country, and who has the experience of having done that. I've done that work. I believe we need someone who has the ability to speak to all the people, regardless of their race, their gender, their party affiliation, where they live geographically, or the language their grandmother speaks. My entire career has been spent having one client and one client only, the people. I have never represented a corporation. I have never represented a special interest. And in this election, justice and the various injustices people are facing, regardless of where they live or their race or gender, are very much on the ballot, from economic justice to reproductive justice to healthcare justice to educational justice. And I truly believe that when we overcome these injustices, we will then unlock the potential of the American people and the promise of America. And that's the America I believe in, that's the America I see, and that is why I'm running for president.
Thank you, Senator Harris.
Mayor Buttigieg, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I want to remark that we're in the city of Atlanta, a city where a great local leader, Maynard Jackson, helped create the black middle class that Atlanta is known by ensuring that taxpayer dollars were spent in a way that reflected the need to expand opportunity to those who were excluded. And just as local leaders have shown great leadership, we need to use the powers of the presidency on challenges like this, expanding opportunity and expanding a sense of belonging to those who have been excluded in this country. I'm not only running to defeat Donald Trump, I am running to prepare for the day that begins when Donald Trump has left office, to launch the era that must come after Trump. That era must be characterized not by exclusion, but by belonging. And so must our campaign. I am inviting progressives who have agreed on these issues we've been talking about tonight all along, moderates who are ready to be part of this coalition, and a lot of future former Republicans who I know are watching this, disgusted by what is happening in their own party and in this country. I want you to know that everybody is welcome in this movement that we're building, and everybody is welcome in this future that we must create. I hope you go to PeteForAmerica.com, join this effort, and help us create a better era for the American people beginning in November 2020.
Thank you.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you. Let me say a word about myself. Unusual as it may seem. I am the son of an immigrant, young man of 17, who came to this country without a nickel in his pocket. I have some sense of the immigrant experience. I will stand with the 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country. At the age of 21, as a member of a civil rights group at the University of Chicago, I was arrested, spent a night in jail, and I have been committed to the fight against all forms of discrimination, racial discrimination, sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, and religious bigotry. I will lead an administration that will look like America, will end the divisiveness brought by Trump and bring us together. During this campaign, I am proud to say that I have received more campaign contributions than any candidate at this point in an election in American history. Over 4 million contributions, averaging $18 apiece. If you want to be part of a movement that is not only going to beat Trump, but transform America, that doesn't have a super PAC, doesn't do fundraisers at wealthy people's homes, please join us at BernieSanders.com. Thank you.
Senator Warren, the floor is yours.
So, thank you. You know, I listened to this debate tonight, and I hear a lot of really good ideas, but I take a look at the issues we've talked about. We've talked about climate change. We've talked about defense spending. We've talked about private health insurance. We should have talked about gun violence. What do these issues have in common? Well, first, they touch people all over this country in their everyday lives. And what is the second thing they have in common? We know what we need to do. We have a lot of good ideas for how to fix it, and the majority of Americans are with us on it. And yet, we don't make change. Why not? Because of corruption. because we have a government that works better for big drug companies than it does for people trying to fill a prescription. It works better for a giant defense industry than it does for everyone who worries about the money that goes into arms instead of into our public schools. We have a government that works for those at the top and not for anyone else. I have the biggest anti-corruption plan since Watergate. It involves ending lobbying as we know it, blocking the revolving door between industry and Washington, making everyone who runs for federal office put their tax returns online. We have to have the courage not to make just individual changes, not to fight for little pieces. We want to make real progress on climate. Then we have to start by attacking the corruption that gives the oil industry and other fossil fuel industries a stranglehold over this country. I am so grateful to be here, and I am grateful to an America that gave the daughter of a janitor a chance to become a public school teacher, a chance to become a college professor, a chance to become a United States Senator, and a chance to become a candidate for President of the United States. Thank you.
Vice President Biden, your closing statement.
I assume when we're talking about the corruption of the federal government, we weren't talking about Barack Obama and his spotless administration. He made so much progress. But one thing we haven't talked about here today, we've talked about everything. We haven't talked about the one thing I think is most consequential. You know, the American people have an enormous opportunity. There's incredible. I've never been more optimistic about our prospects in my entire career, and I got elected as a 29-year-old kid to the United States Senate. Folks, we are in a position where we're the wealthiest nation in the world. Our workers are more productive than workers around the world, 3 times as productive as workers in Asia. We have more great research universities that the people own than all the rest of the world combined. We're in a position where we've led not by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. I'm so tired of everybody walking around like, woe is me, what are we going to do? Let's remember, this is the United States of America. There has never, ever been a time when we've set our mind to do something we've been unable to do it. Never, never, never. So it's time to remember who are. Get up. Let's take back this country and lead the world again. It's within our power to do it. Get up and take it back.
Vice President Biden, thank you. And let me take this opportunity to thank all of the candidates for a spirited and excellent debate. Well, I want to thank all of you, and I want to tell you that on MSNBC tonight, my colleague Brian Williams is going to pick up our coverage in just a moment. I also, before we go, want to thank everybody.
Okay. All right. Wow. That wasn't a bad choice, Cocaine Mitch. Oh, this was very mentally taxing, I gotta say. What to say, really? What to say about this whole thing? I think pretty much what I said at the beginning essentially holds, in the sense that I don't see any major changes from the previous debates. Not at all, frankly. A lot of nonsense. A lot of bullcrap. I'd like to address each and every one, but let's kind of. I didn't really put down any specific notes for individual ones because I really don't want to spend that much time on them anymore. I will say this. All right, let me lower the volume a little bit. I will say this. There's this constant bloviating and use of all this flowery language about how bad and divided everything is, you know? Which is fine. The problem is this. There is factual evidence to show that all of what they're saying is garbage. It's all garbage. I don't think anybody on the stage really did that great a job. I agree with Soldat. Tulsi essentially just neutered Butt Geiger. And this whole call of unification. This is the problem that I have with this call of unification. All right. The assumption is that we are a divided country. And we are a divided country in many ways. But the problem with this rhetoric is it doesn't address the reason why we're divided. The reason why we're divided is because there have been many factions peeling away at America for a long time. You have an academia professors peeling away at America. You have in social media the companies, big technology, big tech, they have been peeling away at America. You have politicians, they have been peeling away at America. They have been nothing but categorizing, dividing, and vilifying groups. And this has been going on for a while. This isn't anything new. This happened under George W. Bush. This happened under Obama. This happened under Clinton. This happened under Reagan. This happened before that. Okay. I'm just looking over the link that was sent to me by Disney. Meh. I mean, I do think that Tulsi did a good job tearing down Butt Gig. But I don't really think that... I don't think that her performance really was any different than before, in the sense that she doesn't really, she has, like I said, she has some of these talking points that she uses to attack the Democrats within her party. And that's at most what she's doing. She's trying to garner attention. Because she really doesn't say anything of real substance if you really think about what she's talked about. She always goes back to the, no wars because she was a soldier. Okay, we get it. You know, you had your experience. Your experience gives you that sort of perspective on things. And whenever she has an opportunity to speak, she just goes through the same points. I think that she should focus, if she really wants attention, she shines more when she's actually tearing down the ridiculousness of her colleagues. And I think that she should focus more on that if she really wants more attention, because her policies and prescriptions for what she thinks is good to run on really aren't anything special, and she gets zero attention for that. Let's see. Soldat is saying, think of it from her perspective. She knows she only has 5 minutes to talk all night in every debate, and she chooses the moments that are most powerful. Well, sure. I mean, in a debate, it's a careful game. And in these sort of debates when you're on a stage, you have to choose the right moment to say certain things to certain people to make a maximum impact. The whole point is to have a moment of maximum impact in these debates. You want to have a moment that will give you a surge and a momentum, and people really pay attention to what you're saying. So that's absolutely true. I get it, and I get her perspective on that. But at the same time, I find that, like I said, when she says what she says, the only time she really shines is when she's actually tearing down the other policies because they're legitimately stupid. And like what Buttgig said was legitimately stupid about Mexico. And she knifed him, and he had no recovery off of that, none at all. So, I get that. She probably should, and if she runs third party, the Democrats have zero hopes whatsoever. And I think I think the Democrat Party is absolutely scared. What is this? Let's see. Okay, all right. I will play this. I will play this because it's worth it. Hold on.
And now, Adam Schiff reads nursery rhymes.
There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do. She gave them some broth without any bread and whipped them all soundly and put them to bed. A wise course of action.
And now, Adam Schiff tries buffalo wings for the first time.
Oh, God. I haven't seen
Can't
this
believe
one.
never had buffalo wings before, Adam.
I'm a little suspicious. Seem kind of small for buffalo.
They're actually named after the city.
Interesting. Which city?
Just give them a try, but be careful, they're hot.
Spicy. I could use a little blue cheese.
I give up, man. You are so weird.
Prove it. In a court of law.
And now, Adam Schiff applies for a loan.
I haven't seen these.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Scheif. I don't think you qualify for a boat loan.
I don't understand. As you can see, I'm already a captain.
Yeah, that's not how this works.
How about now? Gotcha.
And now, Adam Schiff reads nursery rhymes.
Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating a Christmas pie. He put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." Or was he?
And now, Adam Schiff goes for a physical.
Deep breath for me.
Impeachment.
Mr. Schiff, are you aware you don't have a pulse?
Is that a problem? It's never really been an issue before.
And now, Adam Schiff tries to return a pair of jeans.
I need to return these.
Oh, is there something wrong with them?
They're made of denim.
Yeah, they're jeans.
I'm allergic.
Is that a thing?
And the zipper. It's in the front.
Yeah, that's where it's supposed to be.
Can you prove that? In a court of law?
Somebody call security?
Security!
And now, Adam Schiff tries to prank call a neighbor.
Hello?
Is your refrigerator running?
Who is it?
Not Adam Schiff. Gotcha.
And now, Adam Schiff reads nursery rhymes.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Mr. Dumpty and his fondness for walls represent support of our corrupt president. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Clearly a reference to the fall of our democracy under President Trump.
And now, Adam Schiff tries to take a nap.
Come on, Adam, you can do this.
Relax. This is really difficult. I shouldn't have had that second Ovaltine. Oh, there, that's better.
Nice. He sleeps with his eyes open. Nice. Nice. All right. Well, yeah, we definitely need a little bit of levity after the incredible clown show and circus that was, you know, the impeachment and this ridiculous debate. Goodness me. What's going on? Oh, there we go. So, let's see here. I've been streaming now for what? 4 hours and 8 minutes? Well, I mean, it wasn't all talk because I had the... well, no, actually, I had to restart the stream. So, yeah, this has been a full 4-hour stream. Wow. This is quite the marathon for me. I did. Thank you, Troll. I appreciate that, Troll A01C. That was, his Shalu's Schiff is, like, so creepy but hilarious at the same time. I love it. It's really good. He was born for this role. Oh, my gosh. So, yeah, incredible. So what do we got here? I got another link that was sent to me here. So an Iowa man convicted of hate crime for burning LGBTQ pride flag. Adolfo Martinez said he burned the flag because of his hostility to LGBTQ people. I honestly hate the concept of a hate crime. I feel that it's such a stupid legal concept. It doesn't make any sense to me because is there a crime where like you commit a crime because you love someone? I don't I mean, I don't think so. Yeah, I know the flag. I'm sure the flag was so terrible. You know, it was so terrible for the flag. He was also convicted of third-degree harassment, reckless use of fire, and being a habitual offender. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't just for the flag. Apparently, he has a history of doing stuff. Let's see. Shortly after midnight, June 11, Martinez was acting out and making threats at dangerous curves at Ames nightclub featuring scantily clad female dancers. So he was at a strip club. The Tribune reports, police were called to the club, but he had been ejected by the time they arrived. He returned a short while later and told an employee he was going to burn the club down and also wanted to burn the LGBTQ pride flag that was hanging in the Ames United Church of Christ. He left to get the flag, which he set on fire on the street near the club. He was arrested that day, and while in jail, he told the local TV station that he burned the flag because of his hostility hostility to LGBTQ people and his objection to the church's inclusive stance. The interview was submitted as evidence in his trial. Okay, well, you know, this is the thing. All right, First of all, yeah, burning the American flag is First Amendment, but that's a hate crime. No, that doesn't apply. See, that's the stupid thing. If you can burn the American flag, you can burn any flag. That's really what it is. Now, the only thing that if we were in a world full of sane people, he destroyed private property. Okay, so you would have the consequences of destroying private property. He took someone's private property and burned it. So, oh wait, let's see. Troll A01C says there was an actual tranny in Canada that burned an LGBT flag because the LGBT culture there was making him too visible. And instead of everyone thinking they were an ugly girl with a deep voice, everyone asked them if they were trans now. I believe that they were also convicted. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean there's such a tiered and multiple standard that is being developed nowadays in the legal system, and I think there really needs to be some laws to kind of not laws, but there has to be some reforms in our judicial system to kind of weed out this activism that happens within the judicial system that we have in America, because that is a problem. That's a really big problem when two things, they're exactly pretty much the same thing. Burning a flag. If it's an American flag, that's one thing that's okay, but if it's another type of flag, all of a sudden that's not okay. That doesn't make any sense. None at all. And I don't agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I can believe that she's the most searched candidate. It wouldn't surprise me because I mean, the Democrats are creating a Streisand effect with Tulsi Gabbard. They're trying to minimize her and trying to tell people like not to pay attention to her. And what all that they're doing is they're ending up bringing more attention to her. You know, that too. That too, Thomas. I think that's really the gist of it. A lot of people just think she's attractive for some reason. I don't know. I don't quite agree with that. I don't think she has anything going on in the face area, frankly. I don't think she has an attractive face. But yeah, she definitely has an attractive body. I've seen the workout video that she put out. So I can agree with that. Is that so, Thomas? Won't lie, I would have tapped that when she was 19. I don't know. I mean, when it comes to that sort of thing, like I don't even like when I look at politicians, that's the last thing I think about when it comes to politicians is their physical appearance. Unless their physical appearance has some sort of issue that I feel may have a political impact. Oh, speaking times, let's check out this tweet by Thank You Soldat. Let me check this out. Yeah. So it seems like the top three are Warren, Buttigieg, and Biden, and Sanders. The top four. Like I said before, like those four candidates. well, the three candidates, they're really trying to prop up, Buttigieg. They really are. I feel that they're really trying to do that. Yang, they gave the least, really. So Gabbard actually talked more than Yang. I thought Steyer had more time. That surprises me that he actually has less than Gabbard. I am a little surprised at that. I have to admit. But, it's been 4 hours and 17 minutes, going on 18. I think I will call an end to the stream for tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed the absolute absurdity and clown world of the impeachment and of the debate. And please, as always, follow me on social media. I am on Twitter. I'm on Gab. I'm on Parler. Really? I don't see any buffer on my end. Everything seems smooth. Is it still buffering? Oops. I think it may be, yeah, I'm not sure why I'm buffering. Okay, I don't know. Maybe there's something, oh. Okay, I think my stream is stabilized again. Yeah, I'm having some connection issues. I was going to conclude the stream anyway, so I'll just conclude it as is. And, hopefully you guys can hear my parting words. But I want to say thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for enduring the torture. I want to thank everyone for sticking around. Like I was saying, follow me on social media. I am on Twitter, Gab, Parler, Minds. You can find me if you search The Eternal Abyss with one S and two, depending on the platform. But as long as you see my logo, that's me. And please subscribe. I'm looking for subscribers. I need people to help boost my numbers so I can take greater advantage of platforms like YouTube, DLive, and BitChute. So please follow on all those platforms. Please share, please, and if you can, I appreciate any sort of monetary support through donations. If you feel that you enjoy my streams and you feel you want more of this sort of stuff, please go to streamlabs.com/theeternalabyss. It's on the screen right there. Have a wonderful night, everybody. And I will see you when I see you. Bye-bye.